Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. The Haunting at Home Depot. Imagine working the night shift at a Home Depot where the lights flicker on their own and an unseen force giggles in the shadows. Strange things lurk in these aisles, and I'm about to tell you the wildest, most terrifying experiences of my life. About 6 months ago, I started working the night shift at Home Depot in Springfield, Illinois. Right now, I really like this job. I get to listen to totes and audiobooks. The people I work with are pretty relaxed. I mostly work by myself, and most importantly, I hardly ever have to interact with customers. If you've ever worked in retail, you know how crucial that is. Now, even though I enjoy working there over the past 6 months, I've seen some truly bizarre things. At first they were small incidents, and then not really that much. The first thing I noticed happening was that I initially thought it was just some sort of glitch you see at the place where I work. There are 2 restrooms set up for employees in the back corner of the store. When I first started working there, I didn't know what they were because they were only marked as employees only. But I quickly found out after walking across the entire store to find a restroom, and another employee pointed me to its location. But of course, I still walked past it. Back to the main point. In these restrooms, the lights work based on motion sensors. You know the kind of restrooms I'm talking about. I walked past one, so I could see the light turn on from under the door, and I thought it was a bit strange because there were only 2 other people in the store, and I knew where they were. I went and knocked on the door, but no one answered, and I opened the door, and it was completely empty. Like I said, it wasn't much, so I didn't really think about it. The next thing that happened was also small. If you've ever been to Home Depot, you might have noticed that some of the more expensive items have a little green thing attached to them. We call them turtles, and they're in an alarm if someone tries to steal something with a turtle on it. When they pass through the door, they start making a shrill noise that's really hard to ignore. I was stocking some caulk and listening to a Joe Rogan podcast when I started hearing the alarm go off. It confused me, so I went to find it. It took a while, but I finally found where the noise was coming from. It was a drill lying on the floor, and it wasn't even right in front. It was buried about a few drills deep and under another display. When I was pulling the drills out to get to the turtle, another one next to me started going off. And I tell you, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I contacted my manager, Tom, and I told him what happened, and he said it was okay. Those things go off all the time. The strange thing was, at the exact moment Tom told me that both turtles stopped. I assumed it was a random coincidence and nothing more, but you know how naive I was? Nothing else seemed to happen for about 2 weeks, and I had long forgotten those incidents behind me. I mean, a faulty sensor and sensitive turtles sounded plausible to me. I'm not one to fix things or jump to supernatural explanations, to put it lightly. I'm not a believer, not sure. I wish some things would happen at night. I'm a long-time fan of the supernatural and shows like Ghost Hunters, and I always watch Josh Gates. I wish I had that guy in life if I could come across him, but I myself have never experienced anything until about a month later, when things started getting weird. It started like any other night around 7 a.m. I clocked in and started unloading a truck around 9:30. When we finished, everyone else had left the store, so it was just the 3 of us on the night shift crew. Most of the time, it was a pretty normal night. I was listening to a new audiobook I downloaded by Stephen King, working on my 3rd cart. At this point, it was nearly 2 a.m., and I was heading down to the electrical section to restock some fuses. Then, to be honest, I just stood there for about 1 or 2 minutes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing because a little way down the aisle, there was an arm sticking out from under a shelf. It kept moving as if someone was reaching under a couch to find a lost remote. When I regained at least some of my wits, I called out for Tom. "Tom," I said. "Yeah, what up?" Tom called back. "I'm Tom." "There, an arm," I tried to say. "Oh, that thing," Tom said, not sounding surprised at all. "Yeah, don't worry about it. Just don't get too close. It tends to be a bit jumpy. It and fast, and reaches farther than it looks, so stay away from that aisle right now." I was truly stunned by how casually Tom took it. "Yeah," I said, really not knowing what else to say. "Is it in this aisle, by the way?" "My guest is in aisle 13. "All right, stay away from it," I'll explain more later. I figured out that no one really knows anything about this arm. It appears, tries to grab stuff, and pulls it under the shelf. The issue is, I've seen it about 7 times now, never in the same aisle, and it never shows up at the same time. The only thing that seems consistent is it always goes back under the shelf around 4 a.m. There was one time when I saw it, and I threw a can of spray paint at it. The moment it could hit the floor in the aisle, the arm shot out and grabbed it, pulling it right back under the shelf. And when I say shot out, I mean it shot out. It must have stretched twice the length of a normal arm and went back under the shelf in less than a second. After I saw that, I followed Tom's advice and stayed away from the aisles it was in until it went back under the shelf. That and all the time I have right now. I have more stories like the one about the thing living in the garden center and the little naked man I keep seeing. Those are a bit weirder than the others. I've tried to write more about those things because anyone who's been to Home Depot knows they have a garden center where they keep mulch stones and pretty much anything you might need for planting or gardening. Right now, that place is full of big and small Christmas trees, as well as other Christmas-related plants. During the day, it's in a pretty nice place, and it feels very Christmassy. At night, when the lights are off, it can feel a bit creepy. Nobody there likes the stuff in the garden center, so now we take turns. The question is, why don't we like stocking in the garden center? You might look back at what was mentioned earlier about something living in the garden center. Someone from my previous post suggested it could be a garden gnome, and to be honest, it could really be that. None of us have ever seen it, and from what Tom told me, no one has ever seen it. So how do we know it in there? We easily hear it and we feel it. We hear it because that darn thing is always moving around. We can hear it scampering on the roof, on the top shelves, and on the scaffolding on the ceiling. We can hear its feet slapping against the concrete as it runs through the aisles. But it tend always out of sight, or you see its movement just at the corner of your eye, and that tend not even the worst part of it. That darn thing is always laughing when you step into the garden center. Now, I don't mean a hearty laugh or a crazed, wicked laugh, but more like a soft giggle or a quieter chuckle. You know the kind, like when you hear a joke or something funny about someone, but you try to keep quiet. That's exactly the kind of laugh it is. It starts as soon as you step through the door, and does not stop until you leave. And wherever you go, the laughter is always behind you or beside you. Sometimes it sounds like something is right behind you, close enough that you can feel its breath. But if you turn around, there ain't nothing there. Sometimes it sounds like it dying coming from the other side of the garden center. And those are the times you have to watch out to figure out why it be so far away. But that Ted when it throws stuff at you. Yeah, the little thing likes to throw rocks or rubber parts or whatever it can grab and chuck at you, Luckily, it has a pretty bad aim, but if it hits you, it really starts giggling. Telling it to stop does not help either. It's unlike when a kid tries to tell a bully to stop bullying them. All it does is make the bully double down. And that's how what happens with something in the garden center. Yeah, all we can do is ignore it. But that darn thing is still very unsettling. The second thing I hinted at is the little naked man. Now, this thing pisses me off to no end because I'm thinking about it. Maybe this is what people say could be a garden gnome, but I really don't think so. First of all, it isn't completely hairless, and I mean a bowling ball has more hair than this thing. I've only really seen it a few times. Most of the time, I see it as a little fat butt running around the end of an aisle or darting across the top of a shelf. It can move pretty fast. I will try to explain so you can get a better picture of it. This thing is only about 1 foot tall, maybe 1.5 feet, completely hairless. I said before that it looks fat and squat. Imagine a bald Danny DeVito with no genitals, and you'd be absolutely right. I said, no genitals. Thank God for small favors. The only reason I call it a man is because it has absolutely no female features. Actually, we started calling it Danny once I pointed out the resemblance. Anyway, this little jerk is more of a nuisance than anything else. It likes to make messes, knock stuff off shelves, and steal your stuff. Things like that always make your night like hell on earth because of all the extra work he makes us do. Recently, while we were on lunch break, we heard a lot of banging and a lot of stuff falling. We all ran to where we heard the noise. If you've ever been to Home Depot around Christmas, you know we display those cheap inflatable lawn decorations on top of shelves near the entrance. That little guy had knocked one down. But wait, therein, more. We don't not just set them there. We tie those things down so they can fall on customers. But this thing had untied them all and tied them together, so when he pushed one off, they all went. We were all furious that night. Danny only comes out about 2 or 3 times a month, but I've lost about 5 utility knives to him. We don't know where it comes from or where it goes. Although it not like the thing in the garden center, it does not laugh or giggle or even throw stuff. Danny is pretty quiet, except when it running or climbing. Its bare feet slap the concrete, and it always seems to be panting. But when it stops, it's dead silent. One time, the little jerk swiped my utility knife and ran off. Luckily, I was just coming out of an aisle to see him. I chased after him, swearing that if I caught him, I'd do kick him like a bald, fat football. When I ran around the corner, I had to stop quickly. That fat jerk had set a trap for me. Danny had dropped my utility knife, but this aisle had a net display, and it was stretched worryingly because the arm was trying to grab my utility knife. It was just out of its reach. If I had not stopped when I did, I'd have been too close. I looked up and saw Danny staring down at me from the top of a shelf. And oh yeah, I cussed him out. But all he did was look at me with his tiny little eyes until he ducked down and I heard him run off. I don't know if Danny was trying to harm me, but from now on, I'm enchaining my utility knife. I don't need to think of a chase him anymore, alright, you guys. This week was wild. I have a lot to tell you, but before I dive into it, everyone seems to want to know about the man who watches the store, or as someone called him, the Watcher. That's why we started calling him that, because it fits so well. I first noticed the Watcher about a month ago. I was outside stocking stuff in the garden center. Yeah, that little jerk was running around giggling at me. I'm telling you, I can wait until summer when I can try to stock stuff in the garden center before the sun goes down. So I do not have to deal with it right now. I don't need to have much choice when the sun decides the best time to set is 4 p.m. Even my grandma stays up later than the sun, but I wish we could get rid of this stupid daylight savings time. I mean, it was created back when we used candles, and Edison used electricity to shock elephants. But God, Do we really need it now? Anyway, when I was outside, I was at the cashier putting away some big vases when I glanced out at the parking lot. There it was, at the far edge of the parking lot, just out of reach of the lights. It was a very tall and very large man. He was wearing what looked like a long dark coat with a wide-brimmed hat, like the one Reverend Cain wore in Poltergeist. That guy was the only truly scary thing about that movie. Except, his hat brim was really wide, like shoulder width. The collar of his coat popped up, so his face was completely covered in shadow. Saying I was only a little scared is like saying Greta Thunberg is only a little concerned about the environment. I went to Tom about it at the time, and he just sighed in frustration. "Don't worry, it is not me," he said. He told me that this guy shows up every year around late September or early November and just stands there watching the store. He tends to finally disappear around late March. He might have told me that every night around 10 p.m. he shows up somewhere just outside the property line, stands there all night, rain, snow, hail, it does not matter, and then he tends to disappear around 5 a.m. I asked him how many years he had been doing this, and Tom told me that from the stories he heard, it'd been since the store first opened in 2006. When someone tried to see what he wanted, I asked Tom, and Tom looked at me sadly. "Yeah," he said. Tom told me that a few years ago, a young guy, one of those, "I'm not scared of anything," decided to go tell that creep off. He was never heard from again. The police were called, and a missing person report was filed, but that guy was never seen again. The watcher disappeared for the rest of that year and the next until November when he showed up again. I thought, what else could show up that I should know about that might cost me my life? At that point, Tom informed me that come spring, I should keep an eye out for an extremely attractive woman who starts showing up and tries to seduce you out of the store to have sex with you. Yeah, you guessed it. She does not want to have sex with you, and I'm not allowed to believe anything she says or does. It did best to just ignore her. I told Tom that if a hot girl is trying to have sex with me, I probably would believe her, because that has not happened to me in over 10 years. I'm like my wife about that wet. Now, let me tell you about my week when the really wild stuff first happened. It got really creepy and really serious that night. I was working a special shift on Wednesday because Home Depot closes for Thanksgiving. You see, unlike other greedy big box stores, Home Depot actually cares about its employees and doesn't stay open late on Thursday to sell marked up then marked down items. I've actually seen it once on Black Friday where people get into fistfights over bed sheets. Let me ask you something. Is there ever a point in your life where you want to buy bed sheets at a fake discount so badly that you do punch a complete stranger in the face? If your answer is anything other than, of course not, you think I'm stupid? Then you really need to rethink your love for bed sheets? Because I said I was working a unique shift from 1 p.m. to midnight, we all had to be out by midnight. That was fine with that most of the time. The night was pretty easy. I mean, aside from having to deal with customers, even they seemed okay for most of the time. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that things got bad. At the back of the store, where we have the loading dock, we keep everything we unload from trucks that still needs to be put on shelves in the store, or where we store special order items until customers can pick them up. I was back there, sweeping up and listening to the latest audiobook in a series called Hard Luck Hank. This one in called Dumber Than Dead. It really good if you get a chance to pick it up. Anyway, that night the wind was really strong because a storm was coming in from the east. The roll-up doors at the dock were banging hard with the wind. They weren't really loud, and I didn't really think anything of it. I was at the last door of the 3 doors when there was a particularly loud bang. It was so loud and sudden that I actually jumped and dropped my broom. I didn't move for a moment, just trying to regain my composure after the shock. I went to pick up my broom When the door banged hard again, I stood up and started backing away when there was another bang, but it came from the middle of the 3 doors. Right then, Tom ran into the back, asking what was going on. I just pointed at the doors, too shocked to say anything. Then there was another bang, louder and stronger. "I don't think that the wind," I said. We could actually see dents starting to form from multiple bangs. It was so loud we had to cover our ears when our other coworkers came to see what the commotion was. As they walked in, Tom and I seemed to snap out of our shock and ran out. Our coworkers quickly followed us to the front of the store, but even from where we were, we could hear the banging. Tom decided to call 911, and then he let us leave early. No need to say, we all bolted. Tom stayed, but not inside the store. He got in his car and waited at the store entrance. When I came back on Friday, I found out that when the police showed up, Tom went with them to the back of the store to see if they could figure out what caused the banging. The noise, whatever it was long gone, but both doors were heavily damaged to the point they needed to be replaced. The managers talked to Tom and me about what happened. I told them everything I knew. I asked what the security cameras caught, and they said they had been knocked out right before the doors were attacked. Yeah, I said, attacked, because that's what it looked like. There were huge dents and deep scratches on both doors. The third door wasn't affected because there was a trailer hooked to it that we were going to unload on Friday. Now, this brings me to my last bit of weirdness. You see, when we were unloading from the truck, we happened to find a small box with my name on it. My coworker came to me but suggested I should open it. When I asked him why, he said that anyone who works in receiving, sooner or later, gets one of these. Really surprised it took this long. I asked him if he'd ever gotten one, and he said he had. "Aye, water in your teeth?" I asked. "A toot." Tom replied. He said it even had some blood and gum still on it. Then I asked my 2 coworkers, Chris and Dave. I got a box full of roaches, and not the good kind. Chris said anine. To what it was, Dave said, just read it was from somewhere, soft and slimy. I shook the box, and sure enough, there was something in it. When I asked where they came from, no one really knew. Tom suggested again that I just throw it away, but after hearing everyone little prizes, I had to know. So, I used my knife to cut the tape and opened it. It was a dead sparrow. I think Chris looked in the box. "What the heck is that?" he said. "It moved." He was lying. I saw it clearly. The sparrow wasn't moving, and the poor thing was dead, but something inside it was. I quickly closed the box, grabbed the nearest tape, sealed it back up, and threw it in the trash compactor. I turned on the compactor. Yeah, that was my week, and all the time I have now. I'm going to bed to forget this week ever happened. I will keep telling you guys more stories about this crazy store if you want. And always remember, have a safe day at Home Depot. I don't know how much longer I've lasted at Home Depot. You know, someone said in the comments that it seems like things might be escalating, and I think they might be right. I think things are starting to get out of control. It started on Wednesday. It was my turn to stock the garden center. I was out there keeping an eye on mulch, because there and no better time to garden than in December, and the weather real nice in the Northeast. No lie, we have some crazy stuff right now. Just the other day, we had 2 pallets of lawnmowers. I mean, why, it not even Black Friday, but that's not what I mean. I was out in the garden center, like I said, stocking mulch, and trying to ignore the thing in the garden center giggling at me when it suddenly stopped. I looked up at the rafters when I heard it scamper up onto the roof. Now, confused by the sudden change, I stepped out into the open area of the garden center, trying to see where it ran off to, when I heard a very heavy breathing sound. I looked toward where the sound came from to see the watcher standing on the other side of the fence. I stopped dead in my tracks. I had never seen the watcher this close before, and clearly The only one who ever watched was never seen again. He had never come close to the store before, but he was staring at me. I could tell he was staring at me because, while his face was still hidden in the shadow of his high collar and hat, I could see the glint of light from his cold, hateful eyes. Now, no, I don't scare easily. Panic and anxiety, sure, but scared? No. I tell you what, though, I was frozen there. I stood looking at this towering figure of evil, and evil is what this thing was. If I had dropped a loaf earlier, my pants would been a bakery. I had never felt a presence like that. I could feel my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. But at the same time, I felt like my lungs refused to work, like my breath would leave me to not stay in the same place as the watcher. Somehow I managed to move my feet. When I took one slow step back, he moved. Not much. He just grabbed the fence, but it was so fast I didn't even see him do it. One moment his hand was at his side, and bam, he had his fingers wrapped around the chain link. The motion and sound made me nearly jump out of my shoes. I almost bolted right then and there, but his hand caught my attention and held it for another second. At first, I thought he was wearing gloves, but then I noticed long gray nails. His skin matched his nails, except it was a darker gray. I could also see he was squeezing the fence. And I just want to say that anyone who'd driven past a Home Depot knows there a tall fence around the garden center, and it made a pretty sturdy chain link. I mean, sure, you could cut it with bolt cutters, but that den what them made for anyway. The watcher had threaded his fingers through the chain link holes, and when he squeezed, he bent the metal. I could actually hear the metal protesting this strength. As Biff Tannen would say, I ran like a tree and got out of there. I bolted to the entrance, slammed the door behind me and locked it tight. I called Tom and told him to meet me in the back office. I told him what happened. He said he had never heard of the watcher doing anything like that. Tom said he had never even set foot on the property. I know we kept the door locked and closed until nearly 6 a.m. when Tom had to open the store. He told me he went to check where I saw the watcher. He said it was gone, but he could still see where he had twisted the fence. The next thing happened on Friday night. It wasn't much, but somehow I think it might be a lot more important than it seems. I was about to take my lunch break, and I'd stepped into the elevator now. I know walking up the stairs to the break room and office is pretty quick, but my feet usually start hurting by that break time, and of course, I'm lazy. I still take the stairs down all the time though. I feel like taking the elevator down to the ground floor is easier, because at least then I have grass by my side. Plus, running down the floor is a lot faster. I got to the elevator and was about to press the button for the second floor when I had to stop and stare. Normally there are only 2 buttons, but now there are 3. The new button wasn't marked, but I could tell it was really old and worn. Yeah, I've watched and read too many horror movies and stories in my life. No way was I pressing that button. I pressed up and went to take my break and tried to forget about the new button. The problem is, now it shows up at least once a night. Nobody mentions it. So I don't know if I'm the only one seeing it or if everyone else sees it and they're just used to it. I asked Tom about it, and he didn't know what I was talking about. Chris and Dave didn't either, so now they're an unmarked button for a floor that shouldn't exist. The next thing, this next thing, if I see it again, I'm done. It happened when I was stocking electrical equipment. Now, let me tell you, when it comes to stocking inventory, there are 4 complete and total nightmare areas in the store: tools, hardware, lighting, and electrical. Each of these areas has a ton, and I mean a ton, of small items that half the time are not even in their right place, or that they're but haven't been updated in the system. So you spend at least a third of your time just trying to locate a specific socket or screw or light bulb or some other tiny thing in a box, only to find out they've been moved to an end cap, or them just a new item, in a real pain, you know? I'm getting off track again. I was in electrical trying to locate some small fuses. I was frustrated because even though I was in the spot where the fuses were supposed to be, I couldn't find the ones I was holding. So I decided to walk down the aisles and see if I could stumble across them. When I got to aisle 31, the main aisle that runs down the middle of the floor, I saw a large brown-red puddle of something on the floor that wasn't there before. I also noticed that whatever made that puddle had been dragged off and into the lumber aisle, which also happens to be the last aisle in the store. I was annoyed about it because I thought Chris or Dave might have spilled something off a pallet and didn't realize it. I followed the smeared trail. I was completely wrong. When I turned the corner, I stopped. What I saw wasn't Dave or Chris. What I saw was, at first I couldn't tell, it was like a pile of wet clothes moving. There was a squelching sound coming from it every time it seemed to inch forward at first. I couldn't make out what it was, but as it kept slithering forward, I finally understood what I was seeing, and it was impossible. I stepped back and bumped into a stack of blue buckets. You know, we have those buckets at the end of every aisle. Anyway, the 5-gallon kind. I bumped into that stack of buckets, and they fell over, making a noise loud enough to wake the dead. I looked down at the buckets, then back at the thing. It raised its head and looked at me. It was exactly what I feared. It was one skin. Just skin. Nothing inside it at all. It was limp, soggy, and twisting with brown-red liquid oozing from its holes and from between its folds. It stopped moving, and its head twisted to look at me with eyeless sockets. Its mouth opened wide, and more liquid oozed out slowly, and somehow it let out a deep moan. I stepped back, and the thing lunged at me. My God, it was fast, almost too fast for something that seemed to slither everywhere. When it lunged at me, to give you an idea of what it was like, imagine the 1980s version of the Blob, but rushing at you, except it die a slimy pink thing, that in a someone darn skin. You better believe I ran like heck to get out of there. I think that was the first time I actually screamed in real fear. I ran as fast as I could, and let me tell you, for a big guy like me, you'd be surprised how the right motivation can really make you move. I found Tom in the office with Dave and Chris. It took me a while to catch my breath and calm down before I told them what happened. Luckily for me, of course, they knew about the weird stuff that had been happening at Home Depot longer than I have, but this was a new one even for them. I led them back to where I saw the skin. Tom was annoyed about the wet mess. It was just more work we had to do to clean up. But when we got to the last aisle, they looked around the corner, and there was nothing there. The skin was gone, but it left a trail, not much. Now they could see it turned and lunged at me, but we could see it stopped after I ran away. Then the trail slid to one side and ended at the base of the wall. It looked like it slid through a crack in the cove, leaving a layer of strange liquid oozing from it. "What in that?" Chris asked, as he saw something in the liquid. It looked like one of our name tags. He managed to pull out a pin and flip it over to see the name Trevor. Tom stood up straight when he saw the name. "No," he whispered. "It can't be." "What can't be?" I asked. Tom explained that Trevor was the name of the man the arm grabbed. Just like I said, I don't know how much longer I've stay here when you almost mess yourself twice in the same week. It really makes you think about your life choices. I'd stay here for now, but I told Tom that if I even see a moving skin one more time, I'm walking out the door and not looking back. A man had got to have his limits. Now, I think, I might be at mine. That ended for now. Hey, you update you if anything new happens or if I quit. And remember, have a safe day at Home Depot. Sorry. Yeah, I know it's been a while. Thanks for being understanding with me. It's shit hard to write during the holiday season when you have 2 kids, but I promised everyone I do write about what had been happening at my store. And after a long time since I last wrote, a lot of wild stuff has happened. Let me start by saying that so far, no one had died. So at least the crazy activity has ramped up and new things have shown up. One of the scariest new things is the girl in the trash compactor. The first time I saw her, my heart nearly stopped. It was the end of the day, or I should say night. Even though it was 5 a.m., I was throwing trash through the chute when I heard a small sound. At first, I didn't hear it clearly, but then I heard it louder. It was a voice, a young girly voice, and it was coming from the other side of the chute. "Hello," I said, a bit nervously. There was a rustling sound, and I could see some trash moving around as a thin gray hand reached up and grabbed the other edge of the chute. Then another gray hand appeared between them. The top of a head started to emerge. It had thin, dirty blonde hair that looked wet with something gross all over it. As the head rose higher, 2 pale, angry, dead eyes peered over the edge of the chute. I quickly slammed and locked the chute and tried not to throw any more trash. Another new thing is the bird. Now, if you've been to Home Depot, you might have seen 1 or 2 birds flying around. To be honest, I don't really blame them. In warm, there are plenty of places to hide. There aren't many predators, and of course there ain't a lot of bird food. Although what we have is really a bird. I mean, we call it a bird, but it's not really a bird. It can fly. It has wings, a beak, and feathers, but it also has other things. It has spider-like legs that it uses to climb along walls and ceilings when it's not flying around. One time I saw it spinning a web in the corner of the store. It caught another bird and ate it, and I wish to God I had seen it catch it. It stabbed the bird with its 2 front legs, and its head ripped open to reveal lots of wriggling things being shoved into the little flapping bird. I was horrified watching the bird seem to deflate and then melt. I had to turn away and swallow a verb. Now, you might not know what a verb is, but I almost guarantee you've done it. To explain simply, a verb is vomiting plus burping. So yeah, after I saw that thing eat, I had to swallow some partially digested parsley. It wasn't a good night after that. Then there was the power outage night that gave me nightmares I didn't deserve. You might say, oh, it isn't just a power outage, and what is the big deal? I agree with you, but have you ever been in a big box store during a power outage? Ain't creepy, like Edie, and act against nature for stores like that to have no power, unlike anywhere else. This is my Home Depot, and of course, when the power goes out, the weirdness starts. But I'm getting ahead of myself. It was right before Christmas, and during that time, Home Depot didn't have a single customer staring, not even seriously, at the DIY faucet, although I was stocking and fixing plumbing. And I'm telling you, fixing plumbing can be as annoying as turning tools or electrical. Not always, but when you get a shipment of couplings and connectors, you'd there for hours. Luckily, I had a new audiobook. Like I said though, I was fixing plumbing, minding my own business, when bam, complete darkness. I mean complete. I waved my hand in front of my face. Nothing. My first thought was just, oh no. Without hesitation, I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. I suddenly became more resilient than my other phone. It's called a Zebra. It's our in-store phone. It can be used to look up prices or locations and lets us talk to each other. My Zebra started ringing and I answered it. It was staticky, which is weird when you think about the last time you heard static on a phone. Yeah, they cut out and fade away, but the static didn't. My phone was staticky, and I heard a voice like Tommen, but I couldn't make out what he was saying. Then my phone cut out. At least the flashlight still worked. My guy, I screamed, even though Home Depot is a big store, your voice can still carry pretty far. So I screamed, and no one answered. but I heard something moving a few aisles up. I shouted as I walked toward the noise. Tom, Dave, Chris. I turned the corner and saw someone. They were at the edge of my light, looking away. "Aye, Chris?" I asked. I thought it might be him. The person in front of me was wearing one of the blue baseball caps and a camouflage vest. In case you didn't know, Home Depot workers can wear two different types of vests, but the classic red one is for regular workers. The camouflage vest, I found out on my first day, is for veterans. I thought that was pretty cool. I walked up and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Chris, what happened to that guy?" The man turned around and I jerked my hand back in horror. The man in face was there anymore. Instead, there was a tube of flesh, or a tentacle, or a rope sticking out from the middle of his face. The tube ran down to the floor and disappeared into the darkness. Every now and then it twitched, and I could see a pulse. The man reached toward me as a choked groan came from him. I turned and ran, and I was suddenly knocked over as I slammed right into something. When my butt hit the ground, all the lights came back on, and Chris was sitting on his butt right in front of me. "What the heck, man?" Chris said, confused. I jumped up and looked around. The subway man was gone. "Ivan, where'd you he go?" I shouted. "Adu went where?" Chris said as he stood up. When I mentioned the power outage, he didn't know what I was talking about. He said the lights didn't even flicker, let alone go out completely. I seemed to appear out of nowhere and ran straight into him. I really don't understand what happened, but I really don't want it to happen again. Some other updates. The thing in the garden center has been quiet lately. It been nice, but I believe because the watcher is now always standing right outside the fence. Whatever the watcher is, it bad enough to scare that thing, so I guess that and not a good thing. Speaking of the watcher, that jerk scared the daylights out of me the other day. I was stocking some vases. Now that Christmas is over, we've starting to get a lot of spring items like wind chimes and planters and vases. Anyway, I was talking about those vases sitting by the fence. I was a bit nervous knowing the watcher had come close, but when I checked I saw he was standing at the edge of the parking lot. You know how big Home Depot parking lot can be, so I knew even if he started walking, I do still have at least a few minutes before he got close. So I went to grab a box. I opened it up and pulled out this black ceramic vase. I looked at it for a while, admiring its color. It was really pretty. I turned back to put it on the shelf, and the watcher was right by the fence. I have never screamed so high-pitched since my testicles dropped. I went from a baritone to a soprano in 6 seconds. The vest was a loss too, along with my self-respect. Danny had been really active too, causing all sorts of mischief. Dave has been actively trying to hunt him down and kill him. Why? Let me tell you a little story about 4 days ago. Dave said he turned off his phone and walked away. Now, if you've read my previous posts, you know that's a bad idea. As you can guess, Danny swiped Dave's phone. Dave even saw Danny a ticket. He told me that when he went back to the aisle where Danny was holding the phone, it actually flipped Dave off and climbed up and over the shelf. Dave swore up a storm, and I'm sorry I laughed. I told him it was his own fault for leaving his phone lying around. Later, Dave found his phone, but it was cracked and actually smoking. Believe it or not, that wasn't even the worst part. It turns out Dave had been cheating on his girlfriend with his ex-wife, and Danny forwarded all their texts to Dave and girlfriend. That wasn't pretty at all. Dave doesn't know how Danny cracked his phone, and I guess he doesn't know either. Maybe he knew the password. Dave's phone isn't the kind with a touch or face lock, just a simple code. I guess Danny been watching us for a while because he likes to sit on top of cabinets. Maybe he saw all of us punching our codes one time or another. So that is something to really think about. Now, Dave is actively hunting and trying to kill Danny for ruining his life. Although Danny annoys me, I don't believe it is his fault. I mean, it is not Danny a fault that Dave cheated, And it did not Denny a fault that Dave was too dumb to delete those texts. When I pointed this out to Dave, he just told me to shut up and walked away. It done been a while since I've seen him, and I'm not too sad about it. I hate that creepy thing, and it can stay away, but with things seeming to escalate, I'm sure we'd see it back soon. The new elevator button is showing up because it didn't like it wants me to press it, and I'm not going to do that. With the way things are right now, who knows where it go, and as far as I know, I'm sure as heck not going to find out. I think that gen all for now. Since the holidays are over, I hope to write more, but something tells me things are going to come to a head soon. Tom told me that he only saw the kind of activity we're having now one time before when he first started. When I asked him what happened that time, he took off his hat and shook his head. If, and I mean if, things come to a head like last time, Tom said one or more of us might not make it out. But that's in the worst case scenario. I'm sure it won't come to that. Darn it, Tom. Could you be any more ominous? I swear. If it weren't for the paycheck I'm getting, I think I'd quit or transfer jobs. But recently, I found out that my wife works with a woman whose husband works at another Home Depot in the area. And I found out that I'm getting paid a lot, and I mean a lot more than he is. This tells me that maybe someone in management or even higher up might know what is going on at night here. If that is true, why is it such a secret? And why does it seem like the day shift doesn't believe us about what happens when we tell them? No, maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But something just feels really off. Anyway, I'm out and going to bed now. Have a safe day at Home Depot. Our manager visited this week, and I have to say, things have gotten a bit ominous. But before I dive into that, let me tell you about some weird stuff that happened this week. Starting with the restroom, I was in there, doing my business, browsing the web, when I heard something. At first, I thought I was just imagining it, but then I heard it again. It was a soft, giggling sound. Of course, I finished up and pulled my pants up. I walked around the small restroom to try to pinpoint where the giggling was coming from. After a short while, I figured out the sound was coming from the drain. I knelt down and put my ear to the drain. Now I could hear the giggling more clearly. It sounded like a child giggle, specifically a little girl and giggle. I looked down the drain, but all I saw was darkness. I pulled out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and shone it down the drain. I saw something, but I could not make it out until it moved, and I opened up and saw me. "Hello," it whispered. I got the heck out of that restroom, and I don't care how friendly that eyeball seemed. I'm not using that restroom anymore. I just hope it can travel through the drain. That ain't all I need now. Remember in my first post when I mentioned the devices we call turtles that we use for prevention and how a few of them went off for no reason? About 4 days ago, around 3 a.m., all of them started ringing at the same time. When they were ringing, the music on the overhead intercom stopped playing and was replaced by a raspy, low voice. It was speaking in a language none of us could understand or even guess what it was. I mean, it sounded completely inhuman. The turtles were ringing. The voice was speaking, for lack of a better word. For about a minute, as quickly as it started, it all stopped. Not much else happened for the rest of the night, but it sure threw us off. The next thing actually made me smile a bit when I saw it. I was working in plumbing, and you guys know how I feel about plumbing. The only thing worse is nuts, bolts, and screws. Well, I was putting away some pibbly sheet-pipe elbow joints when a box fell behind me, nearly making me jump out of my shoes. I looked at it confused, then looked up. What I saw was something I didn't think I'd ever see. Now, you know the bird I mentioned last time? Yeah, it was going nuts, squawking, flapping its wings, and making all sorts of noise because Danny was trying to attack it. They were all over the place. They were like two drap-Yui wrestlers from the early 2000s when that stuff was actually cool. The bird would swoop down and try to bite or web Danny, while Danny would punch the heck out of the bird every time it got close. "Go, Dan!" I shouted. Danny stopped and looked down at me. I could see the annoyance on its round little face. "Get it," I said and gave a thumbs up. Danny immediately flipped me off and ran off after the fleeing bird quickly. Yeah, it might not like me, but I still hate that stupid bird more than Danny. At least Danny never sucked another bird dry. I think I'm starting to like that little jerk. In fact, it causes a lot of trouble and pulls all sorts of pranks. But therein, something about that bald little jerk that I can help but like, I don't know. I guess it grows on you like some kind of fungus. It reminds me of a pug. You know what a pug is, right? Those little inbred, disgusting things are probably one of the ugliest and most useless dogs on earth. But that ain't exactly why people love them. That's where the phrase, "in so ugly it a cute," comes from. Now that I think about it, animals are the only things that term equates to. You do never hear that term used for a person or even a kid. Yeah, there are ugly kids out there. We all know it, and we've all seen them. Therein, always that one couple, you know that if they breed, they produce a human version of a pug. Then they actually breed, and now you are forced to tell them that their little Sid, the sloth, is adorable because you want to be a nice person and not hurt their feelings. But in your head, all you can think is, man, you hope this kid develops a great personality. Can you really imagine someone looking at an ugly kid and saying, "Oh, it's so ugly, it were cute"? I tell you one thing, I want to be there when the bomb drops just so I can see the fallout. Alright, enough rambling. The arm is back, or I should say arms, and I mean those things are back with a vengeance. It done been crazy in the Isles because just this week alone, there have been at least 18 sightings, and many at the same time. Chris almost got grabbed by one. Actually, he did get grabbed by one, but luckily it only pulled his shoe off. The arm retreated under the shelf, giving Chris nearly a heart attack, and I don't blame him. Tom said he never seen anything like this. Just one, and only one, showing up a few times a month. I can tell Tom worried, and that man never worries. He been here longer than any of us, and has pretty much seen it all. But these past few weeks, I heard him say he'd never seen anything like what'er been happening more than I care to count, and that makes me really nervous, so right. Let me tell you about the regional manager visiting the other day. I was in the store trying to put away well doors, and I was trying to figure out the right spot for them to go. This turned out to be incredibly difficult, because someone on the day shift decided it would be a great idea to reverse all the doors, but not the price tags, so I could find anything, and it was really starting to tick me off. Then the call came over the radio. It was Dave. "Hey do hey everyto," he said. "Can everybody come out to the garden center?" Dave never calls everybody over the radio like that, so I have to say I was a bit curious. I walked out to aisle 31, which I should say is the middle aisle, and headed to the garden center. I happened to run into Chris as he came out from lighting. "What in going on?" he asked me. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked at me a bit confused. "A what?" he asked. "And telephone," I said. He saw what he wanted. As we got close to the sliding doors, we could see Dave standing in the open area of this garden center. Chris said snow was falling pretty heavily. We could see snow piling up as we looked. Tom stepped up to us next. There was a flash of lightning. "Now, what the heck is he looking at?" Tom commented. That when I noticed a few more things. Dave was staring straight up at the snowy night sky as what looked like green light illuminated the garden center. Why didn't I notice that before? The sliding door was open, and we stepped out. As we got close to Dave, we all looked up, and we all stopped. "And my Gog," Chris whispered in horror. All above us was a howling snowstorm unlike anything we'd ever seen before. The clouds lit up with dark green lightning, but that was really nothing compared to what else was there. There were shadows in the clouds. The storm only showed when the lightning flashed. There was something huge. No, huge isn't the right word to describe it. It was something massive. So massive, it filled every inch of the clouds and sky, covered in thunder that looked like long ropes, moving slowly or tentacles stretching from one horizon to another. Oh, and when I say howling, I mean the sky was actually roaring. I said, "Call your wife and see if she can see that." Chris pulled out his phone and called his wife. I knew she was a night owl. We were more likely to find her still awake. I took out my own phone and aimed it at the sky to see if I could get a video of the madness we were witnessing. Of course, all I could see on my camera was falling snow. Chris hung up. "Adishi didn't I see any, Chris said as he put his phone back in his pocket. "Oh, that can be good," someone said. We all jumped at the new voice behind us. We turned around and saw Brian, our manager, looking up with his hands behind his back. Brian, Tom said, "When did you get here?" Brian took his eyes off the sky and looked at Tom. "And right now. Can I talk to you?" "Of course," Tom said. Brian turned back to us. "All right, Everydo," he said. "I know it's been weird, but I need everybody to get back to your work now." "But," I said, pointing up at the sky. "Monset." Yeah, Brian said, waving me off. "I'm very aware. Just please get back to what you were doing. I've talked to all of you in a moment." We all looked up one more time and then started waiting. Brian said to stay away from the tool world. "They're in something slimy back there. I could tell you what I guess it is, or who." So we all went in and got back to trying to finish our doors. Not long after Brian showed up, he came up to me. "Can I talk to you?" "You know, I just realized in all my posts, I never told you guys my name. It'd probably best to be honest, I abuse Alex now." "Can I talk to you, Alex?" Brian asked. I took off my gloves. "Sure," I said. "You saw it, did you? You got a bit of a squinting boss?" "Oh yeah, I saw it. And you pressed it?" "Why do I have to press it?" Brian shrugged in curiosity. "I'm not that curious." Brian sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Listen, the store chose you. It chose me." "Yeah, and you need to press the button." "Why?" "Because if you don't, things will keep astilling until they don't stop, and then it'd be too late." "Too late for what?" Brian just looked at me with a sad expression. "Press the button, Alex, and do the right thing." Brian turned and walked away. "Yeah? Well, actually, do the right thing. Last time I checked, this is not a Spike Lee joint. What am I supposed to do with that? The store chose me. For what reason? Why, me. All right, and this job just got a whole lot worse. A whole lot more intense. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do. If anyone has any suggestions, I'm very open and willing to hear them. So I guess it's like a problem-solving thing. Everybody, try to have a safe day. All right, first. Let me say I'm writing this from the hospital. I'm okay for the most part, though I can't say the same for everybody. But before I wrap this up, let me start from the beginning. That day was really bad. It started like any other day. If I'm being real, I should start at 9 p.m. I put my lunch away. I grabbed a can of sugar-free Mountain Dew. My God, I'm thankful for that. I need to cut back on the sugar I'm taking in. But I hate, and I mean hate, Diet Mountain Dew. That stuff tastes awful. But this new sugar-free kind tastes a bit weird. A little like Walmart Mountain Lightning anyway. I grab 'em good, and I headed to the dock to see what was going on. That night was business as usual. I was told to handle electrical today. and there were only 3 pallets. Really not bad. To be honest, it looked like mostly just fans and lights. But one pallet had a lot of small stuff on it. You know, things like switches, plugs, and miscellaneous stuff. Anyway, I had just finished sorting the pallets into aisle positions when I noticed it was almost midnight, and that meant I was about due for my first break. So I left the stuff where it was in neat little piles across the floor and headed to the dock to grab a charger. It did not really my charger, more like a communal charger. I started listening to a new podcast series, and I want to keep my phone as charged as possible. But since I use wired earphones, I can't really charge my phone while listening to music. I used to have Bluetooth earphones, but I ran over them when my car rolled over them. I was really mad when I found out the next day. There were lots of little pieces all over the road. I know we sell those battery-powered pocket chargers that are pretty cool, to be honest. I've been meaning to buy one for a while, but haven't had the time. So I charge my phone for the first half hour when I take my lunch break, and then another half hour for my second break. That keeps my phone charged enough to last until 6 a.m. when I'm done working. I had just gotten to the dock. Tom was on the reach truck in the narrow aisle. Everybody calls Star Wars. When I asked why they call it that, he told me it didn't because it looks like something out of Star Wars. Someone went with me. I'm a complete idiot. Confused. I've watched those movies 100 times, and I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe someone was joking about. The forks be with you. Well, anyway, I don't know. I greeted him and went to the office to grab the charger I use when everything went crazy. The whole building felt like it was jumping up like a wild horse trying to kick a rider. The power went out, emergency lights blazed, everything was flying off the top racks. Stuff was falling everywhere, and I fell to the ground. I heard a huge crash and Tom screaming. I got up and quickly checked myself. Luckily, I was still okay. I ran out of the office and shouted, Tom, I'm here." Tom answered. I got to him and saw that the Star Wars forklift had tipped over. Tom was buried underneath it. It looked like a few refrigerators stored on the higher racks. Luckily for him, the tipped-over forklift protected him from the heavy appliances. "My God, are you okay?" I asked. He twitched his leg. "I think I'm okay. My leg is stuck," he said. "Was it an earthquake?" I asked. Tom looked at me and slowly shook his head. "I'm afraid not," he said. "It ain't time you made a decision," he said. Decision?" I said, confused. "What decision?" "There was a huge bang that made both of us duck and panic. Something was slamming into the dock doors. Claws, big ones, like nails, had pierced through the row of doors. It was like something on the other side kept banging into it, trying to pry it open. I seen the thing from the storm," I said. Tom quickly turned to me and shouted over the noise. "You have to decide what is important to you. You have to press the button and make a choice. But good grief, everything grin at stake," he shouted. "You have to run." The sound of metal scraping and peeling hit us as other claws started piercing through the roll-up doors. "Abia run," Tom shouted one last time. I took off for the button. I heard Tom shouting after me as I ran out of the dock. I turned and ran down the right wall. As I passed the aisles, I could see in the dim emergency lights what looked like hundreds of arms reaching out from everywhere. They weren't just coming from the bottom shelf of the racks, but from every shelf and every rack in some of those aisles. I could see they were holding something. At first, I thought they were Chris or Dave, but then I noticed those bodies had rope-like things sticking out of their faces, like the thing I saw during the power outage near Christmas. The arms were ripping them apart. I tried not to look at the bloody mess as I ran past, but I could hear the wet, clinging sounds of mushy flesh and the loud snapping. My God, as if I did already have enough nightmare fuel in my tank. I ran to aisle 31, the middle aisle, and there were no more arms. I had just taken my first few running steps when the garden center doors exploded. I ducked, nearly falling from shock. I looked back behind me as the watcher stepped into the store. His eyes looked down at me as he reached toward me. I was frozen in place. I had to move. I had to run, but my darn feet wouldn't listen. The watcher and I turned my head and saw Chris running up and smashing a 10-pound sledgehammer into the watcher head. The watcher turned and knelt on one knee, stunned. Chris looked at me. "I've got you covered, son," he said. "Abai, you sure?" I said, my voice shakier than Ige liked to admit. The watcher started to stand, but Chris roared and slammed the sledgehammer into the watcher back, making him fall to the floor. Chris winked at me. "The Marines have your back, son." I nodded and ran down the aisle. I got to aisle 1 and had to stop when the unthinkable happened. The roof above the racks groaned and warped as a huge, fat, segmented tentacle, bathed in green light, pierced through and slammed into the floor, shattering all the displays, sending tile fragments and wood pieces flying everywhere. This wasn't even the whole darn tentacle. This was just part of it, like some kind of bending elbow. "Hey!" I looked up aisle 1 and saw Dave waving at me. "And get your butt over here," he shouted. "Oh!" I listened and bolted toward him. "We gotta get out of here," I panted, trying to catch my breath. "Find help. He can't put us down." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder toward the door. The door won't open. Besides, I think there anything out there. I looked behind him at the door. He was right. The door was seamless, just a solid piece. But that didn't matter, because through the door, all I saw was dark green, light, and giant shadows. "Darn it," I hissed in frustration. "What?" Dave said. I stood up and ran to the elevator. Dave followed me. "What are you doing?" Dave asked. I pressed the call button for the elevator. I gotta do what I gotta do. It looked like the sliding doors opened, and I stepped inside. Dave followed me. "But you don't have to do this," I told him as I put my finger on the old warning button. There was another huge crash as another part of the roof, I think it was my lumber, collapsed, and "I'm not staying out there," he said. I shrugged and pressed the button. The elevator doors closed. There was a moment when nothing happened except a jolt as we started going down. "What do you think is down there?" Dave asked nervously. "What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino?" I asked him. He looked at me with a thin smile forming on his lips. "A darn it," he said, making me smile. Then the doors opened. A hallway stood in front of us. A hallway made of old concrete blocks and rusty industrial lights that seemed to only work part of the time whenever they felt like it. I told Dave, "I don't think we have much time." We jogged down the hallway, and luckily we didn't have to go far when the hallway opened into a vast space so large we could see the ceiling or walls. The only reason we could see anything was because about 30 yards away was a huge open pit. A beam of dark green light and smoke was rising from the other side of the pit. There was a statue about 50 feet tall, give or take a foot. I really could tell what the statue looked like because, in reality, I couldn't look at it. Every time I tried to look, my head hurt like it was on fire, and my eyes stung and watered. It was almost like the thing was so alien to your world that my brain could comprehend what it was. The only thing I could tell was that it was massive and looked like it was moving. "What are wrong with that thing?" Dave asked. "I don't know," I replied, "but I think we have to get close." "Why?" Dave asked in horror. This time I didn't answer him. Instead, I took my eyes off the statue and jogged to the pit. I stopped at the edge and looked down. It felt like looking into a well. To be honest, I can't explain it. It was beyond anything in our world or imagination. What I saw in that darn pit was so twisting and violent that it made me dizzy and vomit. I can only pray that one day my mind will erase that trauma, because if not, My nightmares will only be nightly nightmares. Dave looked at me, both horrified and curious. He was about to go look, but I grabbed his arm and just shook my head. Don, I said as I stood up and wiped my face. At, don't do we do now? Dave asked, looking around the room, avoiding the statue in the pit. A voice suddenly boomed from all around us. The chosen must choose. Jesus cry, Dave shouted in surprise. A choose what? I shouted back into the darkness, not knowing what I had to choose. Look, the voice boomed. Oh my God, I don't want to look. But I could feel my head being pushed toward the statue. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. I fought it with every ounce of willpower I could muster. But I knew I was in a losing battle of wills with something older, possibly stronger, than God. My eyes were forced onto the grotesque statue, and fire erupted in my head as if someone had taken a hot welding torch and slowly pressed it into my eyes. I screamed as knowledge no human was meant to know was stuffed into my feeble brain. It was only a second, but it felt like forever until that cursed thing released me. I fell to the ground, curling into a fetal position. I'm not sure if I did, but I think I might have cried for my mom. Dave came to my side and gently shook me. Hey, Alex, he said. You okay? I slowly looked up at him. He looked so red-faced. My God, you're bleeding he said. It turns out being forced to ingest otherworldly information makes all the holes in your head automatically bleed. Who knew? I know, I whispered. I know what I have to do. I know why the store chose me. I did too. I finally understood why the store chose me and what was going on. It was strangely clear. I slowly stood up with Davine help. I know what I have to do. I told him as I stepped up to the pit. I heard Dave sigh, but for some reason, it was mixed with sadness. Or I was hoping you would figure it out, he said. I turned back to look at him in confusion. All you and I stopped talking because my attention was solely on the gun Dave was pointing at me. Dave, I said. Dave shrugged. And they sork, he said. All right. I'm sorry for leaving you hanging like that. My pain meds are starting to kick in. I can barely keep it together. I promised I'd you right what happened next, but I have to stop here. If you're married, kiss your significant other, and if you have kids, hug them and hold them tight. Tell them how much you love them, and as always, try to have the safest day. All right, I'm doing better. My wound only hurts a little today. I'm out of the hospital and chilling at home. I spend most of my day playing video games or watching Netflix. I'm really excited about Lock and Key. I love the comics, so I've been binge watching it. I've also been trying my best to read through. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? I love that anime. By the way, I want to say one thing before I tell my final story. It seems like a lot of people don't believe me about what happened. To be honest, I don't blame them or you if you're one of them. I totally get how crazy it sounds. And if I were on the other end, I know for sure I would believe it either. I pray to God none of this happened. I hope every day I'd wake up and it was all just a big crazy fever dream. But I really didn't think that was going to happen anytime soon because he may know where I left off. Dave shot me, but obviously he didn't kill me. This is Sunset Boulevard. Quick note for all you youngsters and milgoos out there. If you don't know, Sunset Boulevard is a 1950 black and white film, and probably one of the top 10 best movies ever made. If you haven't seen it, stop reading this right now and go watch it. You won't be disappointed anyway. He shot me in the shoulder. He spun me around like a kid getting taped, and I fell. The pain was intense, not like in the movies or television where you can just shrug it off. Oh no, it burned like a white-hot stick being pushed through me. My whole arm went numb and useless. To be honest, I wish I could have passed out from the pain instead of having to feel it. I looked at Dave with a look that could only be described as beyond confused. Why? I had to ask. Because I can't let you do what you're going to do, he answered. I have to do it, I said. If I don't, everything will be destroyed. Yeah, I know, he said. We counting on that. All right, time for some catch-up. When I was forced to look at the statue, it showed me everything, a bit more than I needed to know if I'm honest. For example, have you ever been alone in a room and had that weird feeling like someone watching you? Or you put something down only to have it disappear and show up later? Be thankful you don't know why that happens. And no, I'm not telling you. It's bad enough I was forced to know. And I wish I could take a key from my head, in lock and key, to erase that horrific information. Anyway, that what you told me what going on, and this is where the real madness starts. If you thought my story was unbelievable before, I'm really going to lose you now. Alright, let's get started, and I'm letting you know that I seem to be losing most of what I once was, like I'm trying to hold water. So a lot of what I'm saying is pretty much a retelling. A few millennia ago, an ancient evil force of Hemet was captured by powerful shaman sorcerers and trapped in a pocket world to spend the rest of eternity. They acted as great seals across the earth, like strategic locations using the Earth's own energy. I think some people call them ley lines, or something like a generator to power the seals forever, keeping the nameless monster trapped there. At least that was the plan. You see, during World War II, a lot of the seals got cracked. No, I don't have proof, but I'd bet dollars to donuts that the Nazis were involved in this near-apocalyptic disaster. Anyway, their name was written all over it. One of those cracked seals happened to be under the first Home Depot. When the seal cracked, one of the statues called Carl Buchan, the co-owner of Home Depot at the time. I'd explain the situation. It turns out the sealer creators foresaw the possibility of cracks and created the statues as a backup in case it let Buchan know the location of the other seals and which seal was cracked and could break. Now he had to make sure and fix the broken seals. Quite a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders. That'm for sure. With the guidance of the statues, you could reduce the price through the 50s, putting all the new Home Depots on the broken seals. After his heart attack in '61, his 5-man executive team, all carefully selected and fully aware of the broken seals situation, continued the plans for the slime, the planet's operations for the most part. But the problem was those seals didn't get everywhere they needed to be. After much debate, the 5-man team decided to approach other large companies and their executives to see if they could help. After showing them what was at stake, they actually convinced Sam Walton of Walmer and Ray Kroc of McDonald's to join the plan. As capitalists, they were very interested in making sure the world wasn't destroyed, bad for business and all that. Since 1941, 14 cracked seals have been broken and resealed. The seal under my store is number 15. That is why all the weird stuff always happens. With the seal cracked under the store, the extraordinary madness has leaked through. Now, with the seal completely broken, all sorts of chaos is spilling out. I have to reseal it, but I only have a limited amount of time to do that. How do you reseal it, you ask? Well, that's where the choice everybody keeps talking about. To reseal a broken seal containing one of the most powerful forces on Earth, a human soul has to give itself up freely. You see why I was chosen. I'm the only one with something real to lose. I could walk away and save myself, but in doing so, I do it to all of humanity, including my wife and 2 young kids. That tend the choice, but for me, it's not a choice at all. And until Dave shot me. We've been waiting for this for a long time, Dave said. I can't let you close the gate when we this close, and I looked at him with confusion. Why, I said, my voice more confused than ever in the rumbling room. Abo home D, Dave said shortly. Home Depot was founded by a group of sorcerers with the sole purpose of finding an open gate and keeping it open so our true God can come through and cleanse the world of human infection. When you're gone, the chosen can choose, and the gate will stay open. He pointed the gun at me. So goodbye. I closed my eyes, waiting for the bang. They say you'll never hear what kills you. Thank God, I hope that isn't true. Suddenly, an inhuman scream came toward the elevator. Both of us froze and looked over in confusion. Dave asked, as a hairless, naked shadow. Danny ran out of the hallway. What the hell is that? Dave and face went from confused to extremely angry. You little jerk. Dave growled through clenched teeth. He turned the gun from me to Danny and fired. Danny zigzagged like a fat fly dodging a swatter. He ran straight at Dave, and just as Dave's gun clicked, out of ammo, he jumped up. Lord have mercy. He bit hard into Dave's groin. Dave screamed in excruciating pain. He dropped the gun and started punching at his groin, trying to get Danny off his branch and berries. I stood up and watched the madness unfold before me. Two guys. An idea came to me. I prayed to God it would work. Though my shoulder was in pain, I ran at Dave, screaming, and slammed right into him, knocking him off balance. He staggered back, flailing his arms, trying to keep his balance. But I could tell he was losing that battle. Danny let go of Davy's snozzberries as Dave teetered on the side of the abyss. I give this soul free, I whispered, as I ran up and pushed Dave one last time. He toppled and screamed as he fell over the edge into the dark green hell. The whole cavern shook and rumbled as rocks from the unseen ceiling high above started to fall. I looked down at Danny. Delave, I said as we both started running. Too bad I didn't make it there. I think a rock hit my head or something, because there was a sharp pain in my head, and I completely blacked out when I woke up. I was lying in a hospital bed with my wife sitting in a chair watching the news. "Han?" I asked weakly. My wife startled, then jumped to my side. I asked her what happened and how I got here. She explained to me that while I was working, somehow a toilet fell from the storage location and hit my head, which caused me to fall onto a pickaxe. I'm not sure where she got that story from, but I think it would be best if she kept believing that story. The rest of the day went by normally. I saw my kids and the rest of my family as they all swung by to say hi. The doctors came by to check on me, see how I'm doing. My wife brought me a foot-long meatball sub from Subway, my favorite. Overall, it was pretty nice, actually. When visiting time was over, I sent my wife home with the kids so she could get a decent night's sleep. That turned when I got two more visitors. I had just sat back and was getting comfortable when there was a knock on my door and two people came in. The first one was Brian, and the second one I knew I recognized, but I could put my finger on it. Brian, I asked with surprise. Hey, Brian said. Can we come in? Yeah, sure, I said. Brian came in and motioned toward the man behind him. This is Mr. Marvin Ellison, the CEO of Home Depot. I snapped my fingers. I knew I recognized you from somewhere. I said. He came over and shook my hand. Nice to meet you. We promised to make this quick. Is this about what happened? I asked. Yes, Brian said, and in everything that it entails. You're a hero. There ain't no doubt about that, Ellison said. But I lied, but continued. What we have here is something unprecedented. How? I asked. Well, Brian said, Ayun still here. Up until now, the seal has always been sealed by a soft sacrifice. You sealed it. but just the sacrifice. To be honest, I said, and I didn't know if it would work out or not. Well, said Ellison, so far it seems to have, and that's why I'm here. I wanted to thank you in person. He reached into his suit, pulled out an envelope, and handed it to me. Till we would love to have you back working for us, but we also fully understand if you want to seek other life choices, as long as things keep under wraps. That is, yes, sir, I said. Who in the hell would believe me about anything that happened? I lived through it, and I don't even believe it. Mr. Ellison smiled and nodded. Brian shook my hand. I hope to see you again, he said. We'll see, I said. By the way, are Tom and Chris okay? Brian smiled. Everyone is fine, he said. Uneven dime. I smiled at that. Brian walked over and opened the door for Ellison. Mr. Ellison, I said just before he went through the door, and he turned back to me. "Abus day." I explained that he worked for Lowe's. I think they ought to get well, everyone. Am well aware, Ellison said to me. That's why I left them. Thank you for the info. He and Brian left and closed the door behind them. I opened the envelope and pulled out a very large check and a letter. The letter thanked me and told me to enjoy my life, and with the check, I think that my family and I will do just that. So that's in my craziest story. Hey, I'm sorry it took so long to write. You know, life has been keeping me busy. I know how hard it is to believe, and I don't blame you if you don't. But thank you to everyone who followed this insane ride and worried about me and the others. And always remember to have a Home Depot safe day. The grinning jack-in-the-box beneath the attic's creaking floorboards. A box rattles with laughter that's not quite human, bubbling like a poisoned punch, laced with the echo of screams long buried. Turn the key, and out springs eternity's jester, its candy-striped claws itching to twist your innocence into a knot of endless night. It's Christmas Eve in snowy 1800s New York. In a small house on the outskirts of the city lived a lonely 7-year-old boy named Henry. Henry was a sad child with not a friend to his name. But most children were spending time with their families and eagerly looking forward to opening the presents that were placed with care beneath a beautifully decorated Christmas tree. Little Henry spent this most holy of nights alone in his cold, dusty attic room. Henry's parents were very poor, but his mother was a strict crone of a woman who stayed at home and schooled Henry. His father would work long hours down at the New York harbor to support his family, though a large portion of his earnings went towards purchasing and consuming copious amounts of alcohol at the end of his shift. And sometimes he would come home drunk after being thrown out of every bar in New York and shout at his beloved wife. Occasionally, he would escalate to violence. He would beat her savagely. As it so happens, this particular night was one of those occasions. Henry just remained quiet, quivering beneath his soiled bed sheets until the screaming and loud banging subsided. Once poor frightened Henry was finally able to fall asleep, he dreamed of what it would be like to have a friend to play with. So maybe he could laugh and be happy with the other children of New York. Luckily for little Henry, this Christmas Eve marked a big change when his abysmal loneliness caught the attention of a guardian angel who then crafted a very special gift for the sad little New York boy. As the sun rose on that Christmas morning, Henry opened his eyes to find a strange wooden box sitting at the foot of his bed. With eyes wide in awe, he stared at the colorful little handcrafted box, wondering who had left it. He was not used to receiving gifts, especially toys, but the little toys Henry did have were ones he found abandoned in the street or washed up in the gutters. Henry scooted up to the foot of his bed in front of the mysterious box and picked it up with both hands. The box was beautifully painted in colorful styles with carvings of happy clown faces on the side. There was a tag on the box that simply read, "For Henry." On the top of the box was engraved text. Henry squinted his eyes as he sounded out the words, "The grinning Jack in a box. The grinning Jack in a box." Henry had heard of a Jack in the Box. He'd never heard of a grinning Jack in a box. His mind spun with curiosity as he grasped the box's metal crank. As he turned the crank, the song "Pop Goes the Weasel" chimed in rhythm with the crank's gyrations. As the song came to its climax, Henry sang along with the final verse, "Pop goes the weasel." But nothing happened. Henry let out a sigh. "It's broken." He placed the box back down on the edge of the bed and shuffled across his small, dusty room to his dresser. He changed out of his soiled sleepwear and into his usual tattered clothes. Suddenly, Henry heard a loud, rattling sound coming from the bed behind him. He spun around to witness the wooden box violently shaking, and then, without warning, the top of the box swung open, and a parade of colorful smoke and confetti billowed out. Henry rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he had seen. As the smoke cleared, there stood a tall, thin, multicolored clown man with bright red hair, a swirly rainbow-colored cone nose, and feathery shoulders that sat atop his raggedy, colorful clown outfit. The Technicolor clown spread his arms and excitedly announced, "Come one, come all, be they big or small, to see the best clown of them all, the one, the only grinning Jack in a box." Henry's eyes lit up. "Who are you?" The colorful carny stepped down off the bed with a happy grin and said, "I am glad you asked. I am Grinning Jack, your new friend for life. I am magical. I never get tired of playing. I am a wizard at the accordion, and I adapt and develop with your own changing personality. In other words, whatever you like either." Henry looked up at the mysterious clown man. "What? We're friends?" Grinning Jack looked at the boy while cocking an eyebrow. "Friends? We're best friends. I was specially created to be your not-so-imaginary friend, Henry." Henry's jaw dropped. "Do you know my name?" "Of course I know your name. I know everything about you. So now that the introductions are out of the way, how would you like to play a game of I Spy?" Henry grinned from ear to ear. "Really? We can play games. I'd love to. He paused. "But I can't. I have to go downstairs to see Mother for hard-loading and chores." His smile faded into a look of disappointment. Jack placed his hand on Henry's shoulder and with a warm smile said, "It's okay. I'll be waiting right here for when you get back." Henry's smile returned as he looked up at his newfound friend. Just then, he heard his mother's shrill voice calling from downstairs. "Well, I gotta go. I'll see you after I'm done." "Okay, Jack," he said as he headed towards the door. Jack smiled. "Absolutely, kiddo. Oh, and Henry." Henry looked back at Jack, who gave him a wink and said, "You should wear that smile more often. It suits you." Henry grinned happily as he turned and walked out the door. All day, Henry told his mother about the amazing, colorful clown man who came out of a magical box that appeared on the foot of his bed. His mother, however, did not believe a word of it, and finally he persuaded his mother to follow him up to his room so that she could behold Grinning Jack for herself. They walked up the stairs, and Henry swung the door open to his room. "See, Mother, he's right here." Henry paused as he scanned the room that contained neither magical dancing clown man nor mysterious wooden box. Henry's mother was not amused. She gave Henry a glare so menacing it made his knees weak and his stomach sick. But, Mother, he was." Smack. Henry's mother delivered unto him a swift hand smack across his face. His eyes began to tear up, and his lip began to quiver as he could feel himself about to break down. "Stupid, insolent child, how dare you lie to me about such childish idiocy? You wouldn't want to be friends with a useless worm such as you. You shall remain in your room for the rest of the evening." No, what do you say, Henry?" Henry managed to swallow the knot in his throat in order to muster a reply. "Thank you, ma'am." His mother glared down at him for a moment before leaving the room and closing it. Henry kneeled over, burying his face in the side of his bed. Streams of tears ran down his cheeks as he began to weep. "What's wrong, kiddo?" Henry looked over the edge of the bed, where Grinning Jack was now suddenly sitting beside him. Why were you? Jack ran his hand through Henry's hair to comfort him as he softly replied, I was hiding. I can't let your parents see me. Otherwise, they won't let us play anymore. He wiped the tears from his eyes. Look, I am sorry I had to hide, but I'll make it up to you because tonight we can play games and have tons of fun. Henry looked up at his vibrant pal and silently nodded. His little smile began to form at the corner of his mouth that night. Grinning Jack and Henry played so many fun games. With a wave of his hand, Jack made all of Henry's tin soldiers spring to life and march around the room. Henry was amazed as he watched his toys move around the room on their own. And then grinning Jack and Henry told each other spooky ghost stories. Henry asked Jack if he was a ghost, but Jack explained that he was more of a cosmic entity of sorts. At the end of the night, Jack reached into his pocket and pulled out some delicious candy. Henry was in ecstasy when he popped the first colorful treat in his mouth, as it was his first time tasting something so sweet. Henry had so much fun and laughed so hard that night that things seemed to be finally looking up for Henry, at least until the incident that occurred 3 months later. It was pleasantly warm and sunny in New York that day, which was a bit of a rarity, so with the help of a certainly not so imaginary friend, Henry was able to finish his chores early and was allowed to go outside and play for a bit. Things started simple enough. The duo was back behind their house playing pirates when Henry spotted the neighbor's cat sneaking into their garden. "Yeah, we've got an enemy spy off the starboard bow," Henry yelled, captivated by fantasy and imagination. "Yo-ho, I'll get him, Captain," Jack exclaimed in his best hearty pirate accent. Grinning Jack's arm stretched out across the garden and snatched the unsuspecting feline. It began to struggle quite vigorously. "Don't let him get away, Jackie. Make him walk the plank," Henry shouted. Jack's grip on the cat tightened, and his arms grew and extended like anacondas, wrapping themselves around the wily feline as it struggled for dear life. Jack's arms just kept squeezing the animal, pressing the air out of its lungs, as the once-dear household pet's eyes began to bulge out of their sockets. There came a loud snap. Jack quickly released the creature from his grip, and its lifeless, furry husk thudded against the ground. It was a hushed silence as the two observed the cat's now twisted and mangled corpse. The silence was finally broken by an uproarious laughter coming from Henry. "Wow, I guess cats really don't have 9 lives," Henry exclaimed, nearly teary-eyed from laughter. "Yeah, but what are you going to do? You are getting in trouble if your mother finds your neighbor's cat dead in the garden." "Oh no, you're right. I'll just throw it back into the neighbor's yard." Henry panicked as he grabbed the nearby shovel and scooped up the broken cat cadaver before lobbing it over the fence, back into the neighbor's yard. They quickly went back inside and up into Henry's room. About an hour later came the ear-piercing squawk of Henry's mother, shrieking his name from downstairs. Neither Jack nor Henry said a word as he crept down the stairs alone to face whatever horrible fate awaited him. Jack could hear much yelling from downstairs, but couldn't make out what was being said. After about 30 minutes, a teary-eyed Henry ascended the stairs back into the room. "Well?" Jack said nervously. Henry just stared at the ground as he spoke. "I tried to tell her. It was you that hurt the cat. She didn't believe me. Said you weren't real." Jack frowned, knowing this was all his fault. Henry used his sleeve to wipe away any tears. "And I am being sent off to boarding school. I am leaving tonight, and you can't come with me." Grinning Jack's face turned to shock. "What? I could come. Where will I go?" Henry said nothing, pointed to the beautifully colored box from where his friend had originated. "Back in there, but I won't be able to get you out in skill." Henry paused. Henry looked up at his only friend with tears streaming down his face. "Jack, I promise I'll come back for you as soon as I can." Jack looked at the box and then back at Henry. "And I'll be right here waiting for you, kiddo." Jack smiled as a single tear ran down his cheek. He walked over to the box and, with a puff of smoke, was sucked back in, unable to be free until once again opened. That night, Henry was sent off to boarding school for the first time. Grinning Jack felt what it was like to be lonely. Even when trapped in his box, Jack was able to see things go on around him, so each day he waited for his friend to return, and each day the room grew older and dustier. Grinning Jack's one purpose was to be Henry's best friend for life, and now he waited day after day, month after month, to reunite with his special friend. Henry's parents still lived in the house, but never came to the upstairs room. The only thing that made their presence known was when Jack would hear their fighting, and still, Jack's life became one of solitude, loneliness, and disappointment. As years went by, Jack's once vibrant colors began to fade into a monochrome blur of pitch-black void and stark white emptiness, trapped, all alone, eternal and hopeless. 13 years passed until the night Henry's father came home particularly drunk and got into an argument with his wife as per usual. Things escalated to physical violence once again. However, this time, she didn't get back up. Henry's father had beaten his wife to a dead, bloody pulp and was sentenced to hang at the gallows the next day. With both his parents dead, this meant that now 20-year-old Henry inherited the dusty old house, the one that he had spent the earlier half of his childhood in. Grinning Jack was quite surprised when he heard his old friend's footsteps walking up the stairs to the attic room for the first time in 13 years. However, it was not the reunion that Jack had hoped for. Henry looked different. Not only was he older, but he also seemed to possess this odd, grim look on his face. No longer was he the hopeful and curious young boy Jack first met all those years ago. Jack eagerly awaited Henry releasing him from the prison in which he had waited for so many years. But still, Jack's box sat there, untouched and unnoticed, on the shelf in the corner of the room, with all the other dusty, unwanted knickknacks. Henry had completely forgotten about his old friend, dismissed as some sort of early childhood fabrication. Surprisingly, the dismayed, grinning Jack felt nothing. He was hollow. 13 years of waiting and disappointment left the monochrome clown void of sorrow and self-pity. Jack remained in his box, colorless and without emotion. The next day, Henry went off to work at his job as an upholsterer, doing furniture repairs for the good people of New York. Jack waited in captivity. Hours later, a drunken Henry returned home and stumbled up the stairs to his room, but this time he had a friend with him. It was a lady friend Henry had picked up at the bar earlier that evening. She was beautiful, with flowing blonde hair, sapphire blue eyes, and a smile that could make hearts melt. Jack's attention was drawn to Henry's guest. "Who's this? An old friend. Why does Henry need new friends?" "I thought I was Henry's only friend," Jack thought to himself from within his hellish confinement. Henry and his lady friend sat down on the bed and chatted about life in New York. Henry made a joke about the weather, and they both laughed. Grinning, Jack hissed with envy over Henry's new friend. Henry and the girl stared deeply into each other's eyes as they leaned in for a kiss, locking lips with a passionate swirling of tongues in one another's mouths. Jack was perplexed by the strange display of affection, for he had never seen kissing before. As the kissing grew more intense, Henry ran his hand along the girl's smooth thigh and up her skirt. However, his guest just brushed his hand away. Henry was persistent, though, and once again ran his hand up along her smooth thigh and up her skirt, this time placing his hand upon her silk undergarments. The woman took great displeasure with Henry's sexual advancement and pushed Henry's hand away before delivering a hard smack across his face. Henry's eyes darkened as he glared at the woman. His once drunk passion turned into booze-filled anger. The woman's heart sped up as she saw Henry's face boil with rage. "Stupid bitch," Henry yelled as he smashed his fist into the girl's face. And grinning, Jack's eyes widened as he witnessed long streaks of red liquid gushing from the girl's nose. What a sight! His eyes were virgin to such violent sights. Henry firmly clutched the girl's wrists with one hand As he tore her underwear off with the other terrified girl tried to fight back, but Henry was overpowering her. He roughly fondled her breasts before savagely grabbing her hair and forcing his tongue down the sobbing woman's throat, who responded by chomping down as hard as she could on his tongue. Jack watched with wide and curious eyes as his old friend released his new playmate and clutched his mouth as it filled with warm red blood. The frightened girl fell off the bed and dropped down on the floor as she scurried towards the exit. Henry quickly lurched forward and was able to catch his fleeting plaything by the end of her dress. Reaching back, he wielded a lead candlestick off the nightstand beside him and, with all of his might, bashed the back of the young woman's head, which burst open like a ripe watermelon. Thick blood splattered across the room as the girl's body convulsed on the ground for several seconds before going completely still. Blood was everywhere. Some droplets even managed to get onto the grinning Jack box. I enjoyed the show very much. For the first time in 13 years, a smile began to creep across grinning Jack's face, and all of a sudden a chuckle escaped his cold lips, then another and another, until Jack was cackling and howling with laughter from inside the sealed box. What a wonderfully fascinating, Jack thought, as he watched the motionless girl's golden blonde hair flowing red with blood. As the adrenaline began to mellow, Henry realized he had to dispose of the body. He picked up the girl's lifeless corpse and plopped it on the bed. He then left the room, closing the door behind him and locking it. Before leaving the house, he returned almost a full day later and re-entered the room, bringing with him a metal garbage can and his bag of upholstery tools from work. He then cleared everything off the wooden desk on the wall opposite the door and dragged the bed with the bloody corpse into the middle of the room. This not only gave Henry room to work, but it also gave grinning Jack a front row seat to the whole spectacle. Jack watched with a big, unfading grin as Henry played his new game with his soiled corpse, and once Henry was all set up, he got to work. First, he dunked out the contents of his big, black tool bag onto the work table beside him. An assortment of knives, hammers, pliers, and other tools were now laid out before him. His first pick was a curved upholstery knife, which he used to carefully skin the body. That skin was then placed on the rack to be stretched and turned into leather. Once that was put in its place, Henry then used a handsaw to saw off the arms and legs, disturbing the home of several families of maggots in the process. After filling the garbage can with bleach and other vile chemicals, he submerged the limbs until the meat was stripped from the bones. Henry fished the bones out of the corpse juice and placed them on the work table. Then, in the cover of night, he brought the trash can outside and dumped the rotten remains into the New York sewers to be swept away into the harbor. For the next 3 days, grinning Jack watched with wonderment as the inspired Henry crafted the once human anatomy into a grotesque human chair abomination. The femurs were made into the back legs of the chair, while the tibias, with the feet still attached of course, were made into the front chair legs. A wooden frame was used for the base and backing of the chair. However, the rim of the backing was crafted using the spinal column. The arm bones were fused as the arms of the chair and were fastened in place by some ribs. The now leathery flesh was sewn into the seat and backing of the chair, and the golden blonde hair was braided into a lining of the base. Atop this armchair from hell sat the skull that once belonged to the girl who had the golden blonde hair, the sapphire eyes, and a smile that could melt hearts. Henry was quite pleased with his work, and grinning Jack too was impressed by his old playmate's profound creativity. After that night, Henry had never touched another drop of alcohol again, for he now possessed a much more macabre thirst. In the following weeks, Henry made several improvements to his little workshop of horrors. He removed the mattress from the bed and put a row of thick wooden planks in its place, and then he fastened arm and leg restraints to the bottom and sides. This would mean that he'd be able to entertain his guests for longer periods without them trying to be rude and escape. Henry needed only one vital thing before planning another grotesque party. He worked on it for a week straight, carving it out of wood, and after a coat of white paint was applied, Henry's creation was complete. It was a wooden mask, resembling something one would wear at a Venetian masquerade ball. It had a furrowed brow and a long troll-like nose, and would allow him to strike fear in the hearts of his beloved guests. With his new face complete and the room transformed into a bloody murder nest, it was finally time for Henry Lee Wheeler to bring home a new playmate. The following night, Grinning Jack watched as the masked Henry Wheeler stomped up the stairs, carrying with him a large burlap sack with his newest guest writhing within. He dumped the bag out on his torture bed, and out popped a bound, gagged, and very frightened young boy. Henry quickly undid the boy's bindings and held him down as he restrained his hands and feet to the steel frame. Tears streamed endlessly down the boy's helpless little face as Henry laid out his tools on the workbench. Henry returned wielding a pair of rusty pliers, and wasting no time, he slid the bottom jaw of the pliers under the boy's fingernail on his right index finger and clamped it tightly. The child's eyes quivered as he began muttering through his gag, begging Henry to let him go, and Henry smirked as he slowly bent the pliers backwards, painfully prying off the first fingernail. The boy screamed through his gag as he writhed in agony on the wooden table, his fingers beginning to gush with blood, and Henry then moved on to the boy's middle finger, firmly grasping the nail with the rusty pliers. Once again he jerked the pliers back, but this time the nail only tore off halfway. The boy jumped in pain as his fingers twitched and spouted blood, clamping the half-pried off nail. Henry gave it another yank, and the nail tore off, but not without taking a good deal of skin tissue with it. Even Henry was a bit repulsed by the painful sight, unlike the spying, grinning Jack, who was cackling with joy at the disturbing action as he watched from within his old dusty box. Henry returned to the workbench and swapped the pliers for a large iron hammer. He then made his way to the foot of the torture bed, where, with one hand, he held down the boy's left leg. He raised the hammer high above his head, and the boy cried and pleaded for mercy through his dirty gag. Then, with all his might, Henry slammed the hammer down onto the boy's bare kneecap, shattering the bone into gravel with a loud crack. The boy convulsed in pain, with shrill screams muffling through the cloth gag tied tightly around his face. As the child struggled with intense pain, Henry placed the hammer down on the wooden bed and returned once more to the workbench, where he equipped himself with a long, sharp knife. Without delay, he began carving the words, "useless worm," into the child's quivering chest, and when he finished, the boy was barely conscious. Henry knelt down and whispered into the boy's ear, "This is what happens to rotten children who make nasty faces at people." The child's eyes filled with tears one more time as Henry began to carve the skin off the boy's face. But to Henry's surprise, the boy still clung to life. The mutilated kid just stared at Henry with big round eyes, which filled Henry's black heart with rage and hatred. "Even without a face, you are still an ugly little shit," he shouted as he picked up the hammer from the foot of the bed and began to bash the poor boy's skull. And he smashed it over and over until it was nothing but a bloody, caved-in mass of flesh, pouring with thick red blood and oozing out chunks of brain matter from across the room. Grinning Jack gleefully observed the grand finale, which had lived up to his expectations quite wonderfully. Henry's next guest was a blind old woman whom he had invited over for some tea. It took her almost 5 minutes to realize the chair that she was sitting in was crafted using human remains, and another 6 minutes to find the stairs, only to topple down them, flailing and screaming like a loon. Henry decided to end the cruel joke there with a simple ice pick through her eye socket. After that, he brought over a little girl, from whom he force-fed broken glass before using her stomach as a punching bag. As the weeks went by, more and more unlucky souls met their end in Henry Wheeler's attic, and as the Mad Wheeler's personality became more dark and sadistic, Grinning Jack's personality followed suit, but he rotted within his dusty box until one very cold December night, the rusty nails that had been holding up the shelf of forgotten knickknacks finally gave way. The whole thing plummeted to the ground. Henry heard the loud thud from downstairs and decided to climb up to the attic to investigate. He walked across the blood-stained wooden floor of the attic, over towards the fallen shelf, brushed aside some of the trinkets that broke in the crash, and finally came across the Jack in the box of his childhood. Henry barely recognized the old, tattered box as he picked it up and blew off some of the dust. Then, for whatever nostalgic reason, he decided to grasp the box's rusty crank and began turning it a horribly off key. Pop goes the weasel, clanked from the worn-out wooden box, and as it reached the climax, Henry sang along with the final verse. Pop goes the weasel. The top of the box wouldn't open, but nothing happened. It was empty. Henry expected as much, and he tossed the old box in the garbage with the other broken knickknacks. After the mess was cleaned up, he went to open the door to go back downstairs, but it was stuck. He pulled hard, but the door wouldn't budge, and just then he heard the most horrible, raspy voice call out his name from behind him. A cold jolt ran down Henry's spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood straight up as he slowly turned around. All the way across the room from the garbage stood the nightmarish, grinning Jack. He was completely monochrome. His mangled black hair hung down in twisted locks. Sharp, jagged teeth decorated the clown's grim grin as his arms dangled down like a rag doll's. Its grotesque, long fingers nearly scraped the floor. The fiendish clown spoke. "How nice it is to finally be free. Did you miss me, Henry?" Henry was paralyzed in fear. "But I thought you weren't real, imaginary." Henry stammered meekly. "You kiddin'. In fact, I've been waiting a long time for this day when I can play with my best friend for life one last time, remember?" Before Henry could reply, Jack's long arms stretched across the room and wrapped around Henry's legs. The twisted clown began pulling him closer, dragging him onto his own wooden floor. "I bet," as Henry's fingernails scraped along the floor, ignoring the screams. Jack swiftly grabbed 4-inch-long iron nails from the workbench and pressed them straight through Henry's hands and feet, nailing him into the wooden torture bed. Henry growled in pain as he shouted to his captor, "Fuck you, you goddamn long-nosed freak!" Grinning Jack just chuckled as he forcefully held Henry's head in place. "If you can say something, then don't say anything." Jack reached his long, hooking fingers into Henry's mouth, firmly grasping his tongue and stretching it out as far as it could go. He then reached back, grabbed a long, sharp knife from the table, and slowly began to slice through the meat of Henry's tongue. Once lopped off, Henry's mouth began to overflow with blood. Jack responded by shoving a small, cylindrical metal tube through Henry's throat to act as a temporary breathing hole. At this point, Henry was already in great pain and had his eyes clenched shut to avoid seeing the sickening horrors that were about to be performed upon his body. "Come on, it's no fun if you don't watch," Grinning Jack said playfully, but Henry kept his eyes tightly shut. Grinning Jack sighed. "Yes, Jack." Then he forcibly held open one of Henry's eyes. He reached back with his big arm and took out some long, pointy fish hooks from the workbench. Slowly, Jack pushed the sharp end of the hook through the top eyelid, straight through the bottom of the eyebrow, and out the top, permanently pinning it open. Then, he took out a second hook, pushed it through the bottom eyelid, and pinned it to the cheek. Jack repeated the process to the other eye, and before long, a series of sharp metal hooks made sure Henry didn't miss out on any of the action. Grinning Jack then took the same knife that he had used to lop off Henry's tongue and began to focus on the removal of Henry's lips. Jack carefully sliced 2 long strips of flesh off Henry's upper and lower mouth, causing his teeth and gums to be completely exposed. Looks like someone hasn't been flossing regularly. Grinning, Jack cackled under his breath as he reached back and grabbed a hammer. Henry attempted a muffled beg for mercy, however. Only gurgled moans escaped from his throat. Jack raised the hammer into the air, and with a twisted grin he slammed it down, giving off a loud crack as the iron hammer shattered Henry's teeth like brittle clay. Jack dropped the hammer and began to howl with laughter as he tore open Henry's shirt. Taking the sharpest knife, Jack cut straight down Henry's chest all the way down past the stomach. Henry groaned with rough, stinging pain as the monotone monster wormed his wretched fingers underneath the skin on Henry's chest, peeling it back as he would to perform his horrible live autopsy. First, Jack began to pull out Henry's intestines in the same manner a magician would pull a series of colorful cloths out of a pocket. And then, after snipping off a small length of intestine, Jack pressed one end against his cold black lips and began blowing air into the foul organ. Once inflated, he twisted it up into the shape of a poodle and, with a loud chuckle, exclaimed, "I can do this with your guts." Henry remained still in pain and shock as the clown creature gently placed the makeshift balloon animal beside Henry's head for his next trick. Grinning Jack reached deep into Henry's open stomach cavity and yanked out one of his kidneys. Holding it in his hand, Jack turned to his captive friend and shrugged, saying, "Kidney is really odd, my feet," tossing Jordan aside, "but I think—" Jack noticed that Henry was beginning to drift into death. "Feeling tired already? Why, we're nearly at the grand finale." "Yeah," grinning Jack exclaimed as he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a long adrenaline needle. "It's not panicky right now," Jack shouted as he slammed the needle into Henry's neck and injected the liquid into his right eye socket. Jack wiggled and twisted the needle further into his old playmate's eyeball as Henry was reeled back into life, to the feeling of a sharp needle scraping the back of his eye socket. With a sinister chuckle, Jack yanked the needle out, pulling the eyeball with it. Henry's right eye now hung out of the socket by the eye stalk as it dribbled down the side of his face. Jack perked up. "Well, now that I have your full attention," the insidious clown then took his long, crooked index finger and poked a hole in Henry's stomach. Jack lowered his head down towards the open chest cavity and stretched his mouth open wide. Within seconds, a torrent of filthy cockroaches started crawling out of the clown's gullet, spilling onto Henry's open chest. Each vile roach crawled and pushed its way into the small openings in Henry's stomach, filling it from within full of disgusting, writhing bugs. As his stomach became bloated, the roaches began to scurry up his throat, squeezing their way out of his mouth and nasal cavity. Henry was inches from death. His captor kneeled down beside him and spoke into his ear. "It's been a blast, kiddo, but it looks like our time together is about to end. No need for tears, though, because I plan to spread my friendship to 1,200 more kids around the world." And with that said, Grinning Jack reached into Henry's chest and yanked out his still beating heart. As his life bled out onto that cold wooden bed, Henry's life flashed before his eyes. He saw his mother, his father, the boarding school, his victims, and a last thought that flooded through his mind was that very special Christmas, and he woke up to find the beautifully handcrafted wooden box that contained his very first friend. There are rumors that when the police finally found Henry Wheeler's rotten, maggot-infested corpse weeks later on Christmas Eve, that even though his face had been bashed and torn to bits, he almost looked happy. Well, this concludes our reading tonight, and to all a good night. Hey, what's red all over? The hill that holds. The events of the past several days have both shaken my understanding of the world and left me with a disheartened and perplexed disposition. Yet I feel that I must organize these events in my mind, that I am compelled to structure the terrible things which I have seen, so that I may understand them better, so that my mind may be at rest, and I need to quantify just what took place. It was entirely by accident that I met Jack. It was spring, and the early crocuses were faring well against the last frozen constraints of winter's grip. I was researching an article I was writing for a publication which was, should we say, less than reputable when I found myself at the mercy of a small Appalachian town for the evening. The whole ordeal was frustrating and tiresome, to say the least. I was supposed to be back in Charleston that night to type up my notes and brush the fog which often accompanied my writing assignments. But being stranded in a tiny town with one street in a tavern, which looked like it had not been decorated since the Civil War, was not my idea of home comfort, especially after a few weeks of constant travel, interminable interviewees, and more than one restless night in a dingy bed and breakfast. There had been a small subsidence one town over, which made it impossible for the local bus to continue onward and, more importantly to me, carry me to safety. Following several phone calls as I attempted to procure alternative travel arrangements, it became apparent that I was going nowhere until the morning. After speaking to the owner, a tall, peaked man in his 50s, I was kindly given a small room upstairs, which clearly had not been slept in or cleaned for some time. Still, the people were nice enough, and after some basic but enjoyable local food, I sat in a cozy armchair by an old open fire in the bar, deciding to kill the boredom with a few pints of local beer and a bottle of wine. The flames danced around before me, and as the evening drew in and the numbing of alcohol took effect, I was actually quite content, almost glad to be in such rustic surroundings. The town may have been somewhat bleak, but against the cold winds outside and the darkening skies, the inn was not without charm. I am not sure how long he had been sitting there, hypnotized as I was by the heat from under the mantelpiece and as a few glasses of red, but it became apparent that I had been joined by another guest at the inn. He sat across from me in a broad and frayed armchair on the other side of the fireplace and sat there gazing at the flickering flames. He was curious in disposition. Outwardly, he appeared to be relatively young, probably in his early 30s, but his persona was swamped in a fragility which one would normally not expect to see in a man of his age. His face glowed in the firelight, carrying with it worry and lines which betrayed an inner turmoil. His eyes, defocused and glazed over, and hands trembling slightly as he warmed them by the burning embers. "Is there a problem?" I heard the words, but I did not register them until they were repeated. "Excuse me, is there a problem?" The man addressed me in a sharp manner, and I was taken aback by the realization that I had been staring at him for several minutes. "No, not at all," I answered apologetically. I thought I recognized you." As he turned to face me, he displayed in his expression a look of disbelief at my obvious lie, but thankfully not without a small visage of good humor. "I apologize if I was a little abrupt with you," he said. "It is just that I am sick and tired of people staring at me around here." He raised his voice at the conclusion of his sentence and cast a wide-eyed glance around the tavern to a few scattered drinkers and lurkers who populated it. I sensed that those present wished to avoid his gaze. We then diverted into an hour or so of small talk. His name was Jack, and he was a land acquisition agent from New York. He claimed to be appraising a location nearby which a local farmer was willing to sell off to property developers, but I immediately sensed that he was not comfortable talking about his work. In fact, he quickly changed the focus of the conversation onto me entirely. My job, life, family, anything. It was as if he needed our exchanges to continue in an obviously failed attempt to keep his mind distracted from a hidden anxiety. Each time I attempted to ask a question about him or his life, he would either provide one or two-word answers or ignore them altogether, moving quickly into a question of his own. Finally, the conversation ran its course, as they often do with only one real participant, and for a moment we sat in relative silence, the only sounds coming from a few locals propping up at the bar, and occasionally the clink of an empty glass being washed and cleaned by the owner. The tavern was now noticeably dimmer, with most of the light being provided by a few small overhead lights and the fire which continued to crackle and flicker all evening. I turned to one of the windows outside, seeing nothing but darkness. Then the words just escaped from my mouth without a thought or effort. "Why would people be staring at you, Jack?" There was a long pause as I looked at him while awaiting an answer, his eyes trained on the floor, but his face etched in worry. I expected no in-depth response given the curtness of his previous conversation, and so continued drinking my wine when he suddenly replied in a somber tone, They all know, but they do not have the courage to speak about it." Turning to the few fellow drinkers still in the tavern, he then shouted, "They are all afraid." The response from the barkeep and his patrons was unusually muted. They seemed to ignore Jack's accusations entirely, with only the briefest hesitation of movement or conversation, proof that they had actually heard the outburst at all. I did not expect much of a volatile response, but there was desperation in that shout, anger and frustration. Then, looking directly at me, with what I can only describe as a mixture of fear and heartbreak, he opened his mouth as if to speak again before hesitating once more. I sensed that the man deep down wished to finally relieve himself of a burden, as if some piece of toxic information was boring into his very soul. As a writer, my curiosity was captivated by the possibility of an enthralling tale, perhaps even one I could use as the basis for a future article or story. Anticipating that he now only required the slightest push to confide in me, I leaned over and whispered, "What is it?" Filled with conflicting sentiment, I could feel that I was about to become privy to something very important. Yet by his trembling and anxious demeanor, I dreaded what that something might be. Another moment passed. It was as if the entire room had fallen under a shadow of palpable silence, those nearby listening from tenebrous and uninviting corners. Then he spoke. "If you would be kind enough to share your wine with me, I will be glad to tell you," he said softly. He did not have to say it twice. I rose out of my chair and asked at the bar for a second bottle and a glass to share with my companion. There was a peculiar hesitancy as the barkeep picked up both from the shelf behind him, placing them in front of me. As I returned to my seat, I knew those present were now watching me, and I felt in my bones that there was something uncomfortably stifling about their looks. Shadowed, accusatory glances, steeped in fear. I poured a glass of wine, of which Jack drank in one gluttonous gulp, a sight I knew well, as of a man drowning a malignancy which burns inside. After pouring him another, I set the bottle between us, waiting for him to tell his story. After looking down at his drink for a moment, he raised his head, staring intently at me as the fire crackled and burned. Then, as if exorcising a burden from his soul, he began. Jack had initially intended on spending no more than a few days in the town, even after traveling all day from New York, and the evening bringing with it the bite of the Appalachian winter. He intended to get started as quickly as possible. The quicker he was finished, the quicker he would be home. Working for a large property acquisition firm, it was his job to facilitate rich clients in their pursuit of land on which to build. The individual he was representing at the time was especially interested in buying some farmland with a beautiful country view, where they wished to build a large vacation home for their family. The location in question had recently been put on the market by a local farmer who had fallen on difficult times as the economy wilted. Jack was therefore hired to evaluate the land and negotiate a price based on the recommendations made by a group of surveyors who had been there the previous week. After checking into the Hawk's Nest, he drove his car to the farm, which was only a few miles outside of the town. The entire area consisted of large, sprawling fields where crops were grown and animals grazed, a few patches of woodland, and the occasional river or bubbling stream. The negotiations were relatively simple. The farmer, an elderly man by the name of Roy, needed an injection of money as soon as possible to keep the rest of the farm on its feet, while the buying client was enthusiastic about the potential purchase and wished to conclude the deal quickly. Regardless, Jack was always careful about finalizing a deal before he himself had taken a look at the land. Over the years, he had developed a reputation for delivering exactly what a client wanted without any nasty surprises after procurement, such as land subsidences or planning difficulties. Although he did not much enjoy the groundwork of surveying, he was well qualified to spot anything which might cause difficulties at a later date. But despite this thorough attitude, he still hoped to be back in the city, perhaps as soon as the next day, all things being well. The farmer Roy graciously agreed to take him out to the land by tractor, and it was not without a slight feeling of remorse that Jack listened to the old man describing the history of the area, his family's attachment to it, and why it was so important for him to keep the place going. But business was business, and the money Roy would make on the 2 fields in question would provide him with a substantial windfall, hopefully enough to help him weather the financial storm. Night approached quickly, and Jack was delighted that the bumpy and uncomfortable drive did not take too long. After a short time, Roy stopped the tractor, pointing to the 2 adjacent fields he was selling. For the next half hour, Jack sloshed through the mud and grass in his boots, taking photographs of where his clients were thinking of building, while perusing the surveyor team's notes and comparing them with his own observations. Roy did not wish to accompany him in the survey, and so stood by the gravel path, watching forlornly. Finally, Jack had finished, but as he did so, his eyes were drawn to a hill a few miles away, one which looked out over the entire area. It appeared to be uninhabited, with what looked like patches of woodland and grassland being its only distinguishing features, despite its distance. The hill seemed to dominate the horizon, and without verbalizing it, he felt as though it was special or unique somehow. On returning to the tractor, he pointed to it, but Roy seemed unwilling to talk about that particular subject, answering any questions pertaining to it with an icy silence. It was Jack's job to keep a portfolio of land which he thought clients might have been interested in, and with what to him looked like a beautiful view of the countryside, it would be something worth appraising for development, especially for a rich business person in love with the Appalachian wilds. On the short journey back to the farm, Jack felt compelled to continually glance over his shoulder at the hill, and was convinced that his professional instincts were telling him to investigate it more closely. After some annoying persistence, Roy eventually surrendered his silence and spoke briefly on the subject, with obvious disdain for the unusual landmark. When asked who owned it, even if Roy himself was a landlord, at the mere mention of this, the farmer scoffed, saying, "Only, no one owns that place, and no one goes there, neither." He would not say much else, but before Jack departed for the inn, the farmer placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and advised him to leave the hill alone, that it was dangerous, and that he hoped he would never have to speak of it again. While Roy seemed to fear any mention of it, the overriding impression conveyed that the old man was dominated by a profound sadness, one which was best left alone. As much as he was fascinated by the farm's warnings, it was not the first time that Jack had encountered local superstitions, ones which he of course never listened to, otherwise he might have lost out on a few good pieces of land or property throughout the years. The stories locals would entertain him with always seemed to revolve around older, more remote parts of America. In the past, he had been told tall tales about abandoned houses which carried with them the stain of some murderous deed, or words which would not be cut down for fear of what lived in them. But without exception, nothing untoward had ever happened. There was no solidity to the myths. And while he enjoyed listening to accounts of hauntings and strange beings which prowled the hollers and open countryside, he had little time for them in his line of work. Such stories were a fun distraction, but beyond entertainment around a campfire, they served little purpose. Returning to the inn, he was tired and keen to get to bed, hoping to conclude any business the following day. But before he retired to his room, he decided to have a small nightcap at the bar. The barkeep seemed amiable enough and happy to have someone staying there, as the inn's location often left it quite empty. But his friendly demeanor altered drastically at the mention of the hill. Much like Roy, the barkeep seemed reluctant to give any detailed information about it, and provided his own words of warning, citing bad ground as reason enough to let it be. Whispers and subtle dissension came from the darkened corners of the room. As locals seemed prompted by Jack's questions, no one approached him, but he was well aware of their discomfort. His remark of, "You would think the hill was haunted," which was intended as a joke, provoked only silence. The void of sound left Jack feeling unwelcome. Quickly he finished his drink and walked towards the stairs to his room. But as he did so, a young woman, barely out of her teens, gently touched him on the shoulder and whispered into his ear, "Please do not go to the hill. No one ever comes back." The barkeep was within earshot and quickly chastised the girl for even mentioning it, then turned his back while cleaning a pint glass, saying in a stuttered tone, "You sleep well, sir. I hope you can conclude your business tomorrow and get back down to New York quickly." To Jack, it sounded more like a warning than a simple good night. The next day, he rose early and made his way downstairs to be greeted once more by the barkeep. But the man remained relatively quiet, which Jack found odd since he seemed to be quite a talkative fellow when he had first arrived. Dismissing his host as just another individual airs the mornings, Jack grabbed a light breakfast and then made his way back out to the farm to conclude the purchase of Roy's land. As he drove along the quiet country roads, appreciating the impressive landscape even in overcast weather, the farm came into view. But in the distance, so too did the hill. He thought that it seemed a little more prevalent or imposing than the day before, with its crooked structure leaning towards the town in the distance, but quickly shook off those feelings from his mind, regarding them as the after effects of the townsfolk and their superstitious behavior. And yet there was something about the place. With only a few administrative duties left to perform, Jack was hopeful that he could be finished by noon and then make the long 7 or 8 hour drive back to New York, finishing up some loose ends before taking part in his usual routine. On a desk in his apartment sat a 30-year-old bottle of Pappy Van Winkle bourbon, which he would pour a glass from after completing an important deal. This would be accompanied by a cigarette or two, the only time he smoked, as he could not trust himself not to succumb to the habit, a take-out meal, and the next day off from work to do as he pleased. These were the times he enjoyed the most, the conclusion of a deal and a little break before once again being sent to another remote hauler in Appalachia, sitting in the farm, Roy's cottage. Jack enjoyed the coziness of the place and its antiquated decorations, which reminded him of his grandmother's house as a child. Many of the facings were original, and he was certain that much of the house must have stemmed back countless generations. Roy himself seemed in a more pleasant mood than the day before, making his guest a cup of tea and a sandwich, while Jack prepared the last of the paperwork. As the old farmer pottered around with a kettle and a pair of cups in his hand, Jack glanced through a nearby window, noticing that the house itself looked towards the nameless hill a few miles away. Without thinking, he mentioned casually that those at the inn seemed wary of it too. On giving Jack's tea, Roy sat down at the opposite side of the kitchen table, stirring his cup thoughtfully. There was another silence, similar to that of the evening before. Despite the cozy surroundings, Jack once again felt uncomfortable. Then eventually that unsettling feeling gave way to annoyance. Why should he not simply ask why people were afraid of it? These were just superstitions, and it was madness to think that in the modern age people could still be swayed so easily by simple stories. After toying with the idea of remaining quiet, Jack finally broke the silence. "Mr. Roy, I do not mean to be rude, but ever since I arrived in the town, people seem to be acting strangely about that hill, and they treat me like I have committed a crime by mentioning it." "Perhaps you did," he said. "Perhaps you should not have mentioned it at all, son. With all due respect, I just want to know who owned it. as I thought it might be a good area, an exciting property development opportunity," Mr. Roy scoffed. "The only thing that should be done with that place is that the ground be sown with salt. It is just a hill, just a hill." The old farmer trailed off for a moment, looking out of the window towards the uncomfortable subject of their discussion. "Mr. Roy," Jack said, this time more softly, "I have been to many scenic locations around the U.S. I know that some areas have stories. They get a bad name or just seem a little frightening, but in my experience, I have never come across any of them that could not be put down to simple superstition. I will even prove it." "Prove what, son?" said Mr. Roy, suddenly apprehensive. "I fancy a stroll before I head back to New York. I think I will take a look." Standing up abruptly, the farmer appeared now more anxious than angry. His upper lip quivered, and he had the appearance of a man who had been hiding a destructive amount of stress from the outside world, just waiting to be vented. "You must not go there," he shouted. "Please, Mr. Roy, I did not mean to offend you." Jack's thoughts now turned back to the deal at hand, and with nothing signed yet, he did not wish to jeopardize it with his curiosity. How would he explain that to his client? The old man slumped back down into a seat as his eyes glazed over, as if fighting a losing battle against an onslaught of terrible memories. "I lost my son to that place," he said, trailing off. "Oh God, I am terribly sorry, Mr. Roy. Please accept my apologies. Let us just forget the whole thing." "No, it is not your fault." The old farmer smiled across the table with a sorrowful countenance. No one talks about my boy. I am not allowed to. The locals think that just speaking about him and the others will somehow bring more misery down to the town." After a brief pause of contemplation, he broke down, saying, "He was a good boy. We are not built to lose our children. Oh God!" Burying his hands in his face, he began sobbing uncontrollably. Jack did not know what to say. He could only offer, "I am so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" wiping the tears from his eyes. Roy sat back in his chair mournfully. After a few deep breaths, he composed himself and then spoke, his voice quivering with held-back emotion. "No one knows when it started, and no one knows why." "What started?" asked Jack, his compassion now overpowered by curiosity. "I grew up in this town, and even when I was a boy, people did not have a clue. Sure, they talked about old stories about a dispute between two powerful families which went back hundreds of years." Roy leaned forward, scratching the graying stubble on his chin before continuing. "But no one knew their names. At least no one who was willing to talk about the hill. The deeds to that land are probably sitting in some lawyer's safe, with the owner living the high life somewhere, unaware of the price we have all paid. Surely there must be a record of the owners." "I am sure there is, son, but you will not find anyone around here who wants to know." Over the years, the odd person would ignore the warnings and venture up there, normally kids daring one another to have a go, but they never come back. Roy shuffled in his seat uncomfortably as tears began to fill his eyes once more. "My boy, he did not listen, and just like the others, he went up and he was gone." "Surely you went after him?" asked Jack in disbelief. "Yes, I did. I tried to go up there, but as broken by grief as my wife and the other children were, they pulled me back from the foot of the hill. They knew it would take me too. So your son could have been up there, hurt, dying, and you did not go after him, all because of some stupid superstition?" The idea that myths and lies could have resulted in a young boy's death enraged Jack. Yet he felt ashamed of himself as soon as the words left his mouth. Roy suddenly flew across the table, grabbing his now unwelcome guest by the collar, battering him against the old stove. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Roy screamed, his voice shaking Jack to his core. For an old man, he was still strong as an ox. For a brief moment, he thought that the farmer was going to hit him, but then, just as quickly, Roy relinquished his grip, turning his back when you have 3 other children to feed. and a wife who would be heartbroken. You would think twice about going up there too. Besides, a few of the boys from the town helped my wife, and, well, no one would let me go, not because they cared about me, well, maybe some did, but mainly because they lived in constant fear of that place, of what is up there, that it might come down and pay us all a visit. Straightening a chair, the old farmer scribbled his signature on the remaining papers and then asked Jack to leave, which he did after offering his apologies once more. At the door, both men gave their polite goodbyes, Roy simply adding, "There's an old saying around here, best leave alone. You would be wise to listen to it." Despite being shaken by the old farmer's volatile reaction to his inquiries, Jack was still certain that he wanted to visit the hill, knowing that those in the town would try to dissuade or even physically restrain him from doing so. He was resolute in driving there immediately from the farm. As he got underway, he thought that perhaps some good could come of it. He could break their fear of that place. But it was more so his stubbornness which now motivated him. He wanted to prove he was right, and if he discovered a piece of land perfect for development in the process, all the better getting there was more troublesome than he first anticipated. While there was a small country road which led to the foot of the hill, it had been apparently blocked off by the townsfolk. An arrangement of large concrete slabs, red bricks, old wooden posts, and other discarded materials had been unceremoniously dumped at either end of the road, making entrance by car an impossibility and by foot only with great difficulty. Seeing the very real and physical lengths at which the locals would go in order to stop anyone from accessing the hill, Jack felt an increasing impulse to reach its peak and return to the town to let those below know how ridiculous they had been. After leaving his car by one of the blocked entrances, he climbed over the stack of rubble with some effort, careful not to cut himself on anything which protruded, and then made his way along the road. For a moment he considered what he might find on the hillside, and the very real possibility of discovering the grim remains of previous visitors, thoughts which momentarily left him questioning his current course of action. The road was just wide enough for a single car, and it had obviously been left to the elements for some time, with large potholes scarring its surface and deposits of mud and gravel covering the tarmac in places. As the hill came into view, he was struck by how much larger it appeared to be than he had estimated from a distance. He would have assumed a quick hike to its peak, but looking at its incline arching away from him, he realized that it would probably take around 2 hours to reach its crest, and that was only if the track, or at least a good footing, could be found. Looking at his watch, it was early afternoon, but he believed he would still have enough daylight to make it to the top, and then back to his car for safety. It was there that he began to notice some of the strange landmarks, more peculiar features. It stood quite alone, with no accompanying hills around it, as if it had been left there in isolation, quarantined from the land itself. Its ascent seemed more pronouncedly crooked than it had at a distance, asymmetrical, leaning slightly to one side in a bizarre fashion, and its surface was covered in sporadic pockets of trees, while wild and untamed collections of long grasses, a tangle of dead yellow strands embraced or strangled by the green shoots of more successful strains, invaded all around. Most surprising of all was that there was a man-made path which ran up towards the peak, one which he was delighted to discover, as it had been spared the onslaught of the wiry and spindly grass which had consumed everything else. For a moment, Jack considered that this was all a hoax, and that it was the victim of an elaborate joke, as the path looked well worn, as though used often, but then a much darker thought flirted with his rational sensibilities, that the hill itself was leaning inward, enticing visitors, welcoming them to an unknown destination. He quickly dismissed this notion, and continued on. An old gate blocked the way. It was wooden, but had obviously been subjected to the ravages of the Appalachian weather for some time, as its surface was partially eaten by some green moss and mold. As it creaked open, Jack stepped over the threshold, and as the gate closed behind him, a shiver ran up his spine, accompanied by a mild, nauseous feeling in his throat. If he had been superstitious himself, He would have said that the place was bad, that the air seemed foul, but it was not easily affected by such thoughts. It was more likely that something he had eaten had not agreed with him rather than the hill itself acting upon his nerves. Wandering up the hill, he attempted to make as good a time as possible. The idea of making his way back down at night was not one to be relished, with unsure and unseen footing, and as the afternoon sky was already a little dimmer than it had been at noon, he marched up the hill with intent, excited to take in the view from atop. The incline increased slightly, and with it, so did the sporadic nature of his surroundings. The long grass had claimed everything by the path, and as clumps of trees occasionally flanked him, he could now appreciate why the locals had come to fear such a place. The threads of dead grass and ivy encircling each trunk suggested malevolent purpose. Some of the trees had even fallen over, taking unusual positions at steep angles, appearing as if they had been pulled into the earth, broken by the fingers of grass which had clung to the husks of wood like a very real leviathan. But while the idea was fanciful, somehow the hillside did indeed feel wrong, unnatural in places, and as Jack ascended it, a coldness began to creep up his arm. He had hiked before, and in his job he had been required to brave the wilderness while evaluating land. But this felt different. It was as if the land was affecting the temperature rather than the weather, making it increasingly difficult to ignore the oppressive atmosphere of the hill. Stopping for a moment, he rubbed his arms hastily to warm them, pausing to appraise his progress. He was astonished by how far he had actually climbed. He had been walking for no more than 20 minutes, but looking in the direction he had come from, he must have been at least halfway up the hillside. But how could he be? At every evaluation of the hill's size, it seemed to confound the previous conclusion. It was as if the place was warped somehow. Jack laughed at himself for being so swept up in the oppression of his surroundings, yet the silence bothered him. No birds, no rustling bushes filled with rabbits, foxes, or even insects. Indeed, the entire hillside felt dead. No, not dead, he thought, but in the grip of death itself. It was, however, winter, so perhaps he should have expected the seeming sterility of the countryside, but the quiet still perturbed him. Then another unusual phenomenon came to his attention, an inconsistency, something which contradicted his own memory, his very faculties. The path behind him was now different. While climbing, Jack had been amazed by how overgrown the hillside was compared to the track leading upward. This led him to suspect that it was perhaps used regularly, but looking down the hill, it now appeared to be engulfed by the wandering hands of nature, but perhaps not completely, but certainly to a far greater degree than it had been before. The grass swept over it, while bushes and trees leaned in nearby, suggesting a more rugged terrain than he had initially noticed. Yet the path ahead lay clear. Looking to the world outside and down below, everything appeared distant somehow, almost synthetic in appearance. The colors were not as vivid. The meadows which populated the valleys had forgotten their vibrancy, and the sky itself filtered down towards the ground with what Jack could only describe as false light. He struggled to dismiss the unwelcome feelings he was experiencing, and while he continued on for a time as he climbed, the nausea from when he had first stepped foot onto the hillside returned. The cold sensation which had enveloped his extremities had progressed like a disease, penetrating his insides and chilling him to the bone. Jack had tried his best to reach the peak, but he was no fool. He knew that not a month passed without a report in the news about an inexperienced walker or climber going missing on a remote mountain, and while the hill was a seemingly more humble prospect, he was now willing to accept defeat, even welcoming it. The surroundings felt menacing, and his current physical condition was enough to cause retreat. Though he had not reached the summit, Jack himself decided that if he still made it back to the town after being on the hillside, that would be enough to dispute their superstitions. Perhaps he would return in the summer to evaluate the land. Considering his decision to be postponed rather than an admission of failure, Entertaining the notion that the locals may have been right or wrong was not something he wished to do. There would have to be some evidence of his adventure, of course. Taking out of his pocket a camera phone, which he used to document his work, Jack began to shiver as once again an icy sensation crept through his arms, provoking a desire to be warmed by a fire back at the inn. With a few artificial clicks, he photographed the surrounding hill. Then, as a joke, took a picture of himself, forcing a smile with a tangle of grass and trees as the backdrop. What he saw when he viewed the pictures sent chills through his body. The first photographs of the area turned out as expected, but the last betrayed something through the bushes behind him. What looked like a building of some description. At the forefront of Jack's mind, he was filled with an impulse to run, to leave that place. But he was fascinated by the idea of a hidden construction removed from the outside world by a barrier of leaf, branch, and legend. Taking a deep breath, he crept quietly through the twisted grass, pulling the leaves of a large low-hanging tree to the side. There, sitting on that hillside where locals feared to tread, lay what looked like an old chapel or church. One small steeple reached upward to the sky, with large stained glass windows, many of which were broken, dotting the shell of the gray stone building. Speaking of days more prominent and glad, Jack's heart raced at the sight of it. Perhaps this was the reason why the hill had been tarnished with superstition and myth. An old abandoned church was certainly a fertile foundation for frightening tales. Yet, the church itself did not banish his own feelings of caution. As he broke through a layer of leaves, grass, and climbing ivy, he could not help but respond to his nerves. Sweat began to drip down his face, while his heart pumped blood with an unsettling, unstable rhythm. Leaving it was his intention, but as he drew closer to the stone archway which sheltered the church doors within it, he surmised that the locals would be more open to his controversial explanation of why people feared the place if they knew that he had been inside. Without seeing the interior of the church, the townsfolk could once again spin stories and falsehoods about what remained hidden. The door was a dark brown oak with scratched, decorative metal black strips adorning its surface, but unfortunately it seemed locked. Jack gave it a few good, solid shoves with his hands, and then, surprisingly, with a groan of countless years, it creaked open slightly, creating a space just big enough for him to slide through. Peering in through the gap, he could see that the church floor was covered in fallen masonry from the roof above. A large collection of stones lay piled up against the door. The collective weight had held it shut, and although they had given way in part, they still provided enough resistance to stop it from opening completely. Cold, musty air escaped from inside, smelling stale and of stone long since abandoned. For a moment, Jack considered what he should do. Such an old building, left to rot for decades, if not centuries, could prove dangerous, but the desire still burned deep within him to prove that he had bravely seen all that could be seen, that there were no ghosts or ghouls there, only fragments of forgotten history. Taking out his phone, he poked his hand through the gap in the door and took a few photographs with a flash. The light lit up the entire hall inside, showing it to be filled with rubble from the obvious falling of the roof. But at the back of the room, there lay what appeared to be an altar of some kind. From his vantage point, it looked to be made of stone, resting on a raised step several feet high above it. Jack was thrilled by the presence of an inscription of some kind carved into the back wall, but unfortunately he could not decipher the lettering from the doorway. Sighing, he knew that the only way to read it would be to go inside. The concern of being injured or trapped by anything falling from above was paramount, but his curiosity was now in full flight, his enthusiasm quelling both the sickness in his stomach and the icy numbing of his extremities. After once more debating the risks, he decided that he would be as quiet as possible, so as to reduce any risk of a caving in. He just had to look. Taking a deep breath, he managed to squeeze through the opening with little effort into the darkness inside. using a small light on the back of his phone. He was now better situated to survey his surroundings in greater detail. The air was significantly colder, stinging the back of his throat as he inhaled, and though he had expected the interior to be cooler than the outside due to the volume of stone used in the building's construction, the church, in reality, felt more like a crypt than a place of worship. Stepping as carefully as he could, trying not to disturb or dislodge the large piles of rubble on the floor, Jack kept his eyes trained on the roof overhead, nervous that any loud noise might bring a piece of masonry down on top of him. The extent of the damage now became clear, with the occasional small shard of light penetrating through the darkness from a few open, wound-like holes from above. However, the hall remained surprisingly dim. Jack found this curious, as he felt that the interior around him should have been more visible somehow. It was as if the light was being absorbed by the darkened corners of the hall, but he immediately dismissed this notion as fanciful and cited his escalating imagination as a good reason as any to keep his nerves in check. Isolated and unknown environments could cloud even the most rational of minds. After climbing over two substantial piles of rubble, being careful to avoid several large sharp pieces of broken wood jutting out from underneath, he finally found himself at the rear of the church hall. There lay the altar, a table carved from stone and smoothed by attentive and devoted hands. It was easy to imagine how frightening a preacher from the old frontier days would have seemed. Poised up there, spouting fearsome tales from an unenlightened position, foaming at the mouth about damnation and demonic forces preying on the souls of the weak. A sense of elation and excitement filled Jack's mind to be standing near to something with such a deep sense of history, yet he considered warily the possibility that the altar had been quarried from the very hill, wrenched from the deposit of rock deep within the ground, born of processes far older than humanity itself. But the thrill of such an old and rare discovery quickly extinguished those thoughts. So enamored by the object was he, that he almost overlooked a small open doorway to the right of the altar, which appeared to lead down a flight of stairs to an underground chamber, possibly a vault or a tomb. Shivering at the thought of what lay below, he knew that even with his level of skepticism, there would be no venturing down there. Superstition or not, wandering underneath the floor of a clearly decaying building was not a wise idea. Pointing his phone's narrow beam of white light to the rear of the hall, it cast a dim yet welcome glare over a series of dusty steps which led up to the altar platform, a natural arrangement from which a preacher would have delivered their service hundreds of years ago, but yet there felt little that was natural about it or its housing. Again, a creeping unease began to ruminate in his mind as he imagined a fervent and angered holy man standing above all, shouting cryptic and doom-laden parables of ancient origin at a huddled and frightened congregation. Making his way onto the platform, eager to study the inscription on the back wall more closely, his attention was unfortunately distracted from the cluttered ground at his feet, clipped by a broken rock lying on the last step. Stumbling forward abruptly, Jack's shoulder slammed painfully against the edge of the stone altar, before reaching out a hand to break his fall on the cold, hard platform floor. The noise of his fall echoed throughout the building, with the sound ricocheting from the walls to the roof. For a second, he imagined that he heard a fainter sound stirring from elsewhere, close but far, answering in kind. A small piece of debris plummeted from above, smashing to the ground, teasing and threatening a series of heavier and deadlier replies yet to come. Relief coursed through his body, glad as he was that the object had not been more substantial in size, and even more so that the stone impacted in front of the small doorway rather than against his head. He was becoming increasingly unsure of his safety. Regaining a solid footing, he stood up on the platform, holding his shoulder, which was now battered and bruised, keeping his eyes trained to the roof nervously, all but for a gentle wind whistling through the holes and gaps in the building's outer shell. Silence was omnipresent, anxious that any other movements might bring the entire ceiling down on top of him. Jack waited for several minutes before assuming temporary safety from further falling masonry. Then, slowly and more carefully than before, he turned and appraised the altar more closely. Religious iconography dotted its sides, along with strange, jagged symbols which he did not quite recognize. It was easy to imagine a communion of sorts being given from there, each member of the congregation somberly approaching, pale and malnourished, receiving a blessing from a stern preacher who spoke more of wrath than of love. Jack would happily concede to anyone that he was not the most creative or imaginative in nature, but there in that forgotten place, he was surprised by how vivid his impressions were. He could almost see those who would have worshipped there. Pale faces sheltering from the biting cold of winter. Bodies withered by fruitless production of poor harvest. Yet fear of something extraordinary and undefined, suffocating their every thought. Yes, the church was such a decrepit little place that it was very easy for the mind to populate it with ghosts of lamented souls. Of course, he had no way of knowing how correct or inaccurate his assumptions were. Shirking off the shivers of a wandering mind, and laughing to himself for being so easily affected by the place, Jack's gaze finally fell upon the inscription carved above into the back wall. Reaching out, he ran his fingers over the dips and through the edges left by the author's chisel. It was clear that the message on the wall was out of place, rushed as it was, with each letter unaligned with those which came before it, suggesting them to be a product of someone horrified, wishing to spend as little time within the church as possible. Standing back, the light from his phone now illuminated the words, which came sharply into focus. Reading those who dwell in Dunmore took this hill in 1772. In 1781, we gave it back in hope that those we disturbed would forgive our trespasses. Contemplating the meaning of the inscription, he stood motionless once more as the fearfully apologetic wording began to gently disturb him. Either the region was one of struggle, having been previously settled by another clan, or perhaps the original inhabitants of the hill shared a preoccupation with myth and superstition with their modern counterparts in the town below. At first, the noise did not filter entirely into his awareness. It was only when repeated with uneven rhythm that his mind recognized its nature. Still facing the inscription, his back turned towards the church hall, the creeping, cold sensation he had experienced outside returned sharply to his arms. His body quivered in retaliation to the temperature, which had nosedived at an alarming rate, his breath visible in panic puffs in front of his face. Jack's flesh crawled once more with fear as the sound of one footstep, but scuffing a stone floor nearby, was slowly followed by another. But who would be in such a place? Not one of the townsfolk. Not with their superstitions and stories of warning and omens about the hillside. The footsteps felt closer, and his confidence diminished. Jack's thoughts now fled simply to escape as the noise increased in volume, threatening proximity. It was clear that he would have to rush past whoever stood there to make it to the door. There was nothing left for it. He had to push the jarring fear which now gripped him out of his mind. Slowly, he turned to face whoever was behind him. For a moment, he thought that he would be faced by the strained faces of those from his imagination. But the hall was devoid of life, empty. Yet still the sound of feet, scuffing stone, like sandpaper on skin, filled the air. Jack's frozen gasp rang out as something moved in the corner of his eye. Turning quickly to the darkened doorway, which led underneath, the head of the indecipherable figure moved as its body raised up slowly with each shuffling step from below. Terror seared through his veins to such a degree that his rationality melted away, only to be replaced by pure instinct as he burst into a sprint, jumping off the platform, leaving the altar and inscription behind. He felt a deep and unyielding fear tear at his insides. Stumbling as he landed, the impact dislodged more debris from above as several pieces of large stone smashed into the church floor, one narrowly missing his head only by a few inches. The exit drew closer, and feverish thoughts now filled his mind as he scrambled over and through piles of ruined and forgotten sediments, dead skin cast off by ancient buildings without remorse. For a moment he felt surrounded, oppressed upon by a man of the cloth preaching of sin and ancient evil, while the palpable and diminished congregation huddled together in fear of what walked nearby as the footsteps scuffed the dirt and dust-ridden floor. Jack's clarity of mind returned as he began to clamber up a large pile of broken wood and stone, the door to safety on the other side. His curiosity calmed his nerves momentarily. The dread he felt in his stomach told him to continue onward, out into the open, away from that place. But his need to know was relentless. He had to look. Taking a deep breath, he turned cautiously towards the altar, slowly casting the light from his phone towards the darkened staircase. The air in the hall now grew colder, Jack's panicked breath visible in the thin light. Darkness seemed to cloud his vision, yet what he could decipher was unmistakable. A tall figure now stood in the doorway, but a deep impression of torture and perverted humanity emanated from it. Both man and thing exchanged a long silence there. Then, croaking strings of syllables emerged from the figure's mouth, a language long forgotten, and while its precise definition eluded Jack's understanding, the content which it spoke of did not. The shape in the doorway now moved forward as it intimated its sudden movements. Jack cried out in terror, haphazard, clinging to the rubble, attempting to reach its summit and make his way to the door. Now he did not care for silence. His clamoring movements echoed through the hall, several pieces of stone plunging once more from the roof as he reached the top of the mound. At the very last moment, he glanced above, only to see a rock as large as a man hurling towards him. Jumping for his life, he tumbled down the other side of the debris pile as his body rolled down towards the floor. A searing pain wrenched through his side as he slammed against the stone ground. The impact surged into his bones, leaving him dazed momentarily. Staggering to his feet, he looked down only to recoil in horror. A large chunk of wood had impaled itself several inches into his right side. Blood poured from the wound as he almost instinctively pulled at the piece of wood, it grating against the inside before finally being removed. He let out an anguished scream, but as he did so, he turned to a noise from behind him. The pain in his side was agony, but the sight he beheld was worse than any sensation. The figure in the doorway was writhing on its belly, dragging itself at an impossible speed over the rubble and towards him, its body blackened, the bandaged remains of a white shroud sliding over the jagged surface with ease. Stumbling in shock, Jack was paralyzed with fear. Then the realization took him escape was close. Limping badly towards the door, its slight opening now within grasp, he shoved his body through the gap into the light outside. The door pressed and prodded at the wounds in his side, sending strikes of pain piercing through his abdomen. With one last push, he screamed, the force of his momentum causing him to fall to the ground outside. Looking up through the gap, the inhuman figure stared with its face sneering from inside, its arms outstretched, spitting out a vile and deafening groan into the retreating sunshine. Jack did not take his time to observe the creature. He staggered once more onto his feet, his hand now drenched in blood as it clenched the open wound on his side, moving as quickly from that place as he could, leaving the church grounds behind. He was sure he could hear voices from deep inside as he fled, the yells of vitriolic protests of long since gone clergy and congregation, mocking, resentful, and despised. In his haste, he had lost track of direction. Unfamiliar with the surroundings in the grip of panic, he limped on as fast as he could, but disorientation took him, and before he was aware of how or why, he found himself surrounded by a maze of broken and toppled gravestones. Dizzied and gasping for air, he no longer cared where he was, just as long as he could leave the church and its attendant behind. After catching his breath, he began to negotiate the old cemetery, some headstones large and looming, while others humble and ruined. Then, as if suffering the effects of an unknown poison, the world began to spin. And as soon as he tried to catch his breath once more, the stones took on an ominous and menacing form, towering above, blocking out the light, staring forcefully down at him. It was not a graveyard which he now stood in, but a ring of warped stones several feet high. They had weathered many storms, ancient and forgotten long before the first brick had been laid of that adulterated church. Feeling compelled to somehow become closer to one of them, he reached out a hand, touching its moss-covered surface. Flashes of a hidden past now filled his mind. As he felt overcome with faintness, his vision clouded, and the world began to spin as an abrupt nausea swamped his senses, one which was so intense that it knocked him to his knees. And though he struggled valiantly against its grip, within seconds he crumpled to the ground, the wound in his side heaving and throbbing with each beat of his heart. Lying on his back, staring above, the sky seemed to pulse, and everything around became distorted, as though he were detached from the world, viewing it through a thick and warped lens of glass. The light curved inward unnaturally, and the veil of the world drew back as Jack gazed into the abyss. Behind him, awareness left him. He awoke to the silence of the earth. Wisps of broken grass touched his cheek as the wind carried them away to an unknown destination. The sky was black and no truly living thing stirred. Jack did not know how long he had been unconscious, but the blanket of stars above him left him in no doubt that it had been for at least several hours. The sickness remained, though not as potent, but the wound in his side still wept blood. Rising to his feet, it became clear that his body was still under the effects of whatever was on that hill. In the intoxication of it, the world still possessed a fluid, watery form. But on closing his eyes for a moment, he felt that he had somehow become accustomed to it, at least to the point where he could gain his bearings and find a route to escape. Luck was on his side, as the moon was present above, albeit only a partial waning crescent. This provided him with enough illumination to gauge the strange world and its shapes which surrounded him. He was unsure if he remained where he had fallen, as the ancient standing stones which he remembered vividly and with no little sense of dread were nowhere to be seen. But as he stood there, with his hand vainly attempting to stem the blood from his side, a frightening realization crept towards him. Jack found it difficult to convey to me in simple words what this was, but he described it as the rules of nature upturned. Nothing seemed to make sense for a moment. He did not know who he was, why he was there, and what abominable source was causing such illness to him. He seemed to retain the knowledge of the hill and the memory of the church, but his thoughts were turbulent and disconnected. Fleeting moments of identity would quickly be surpassed and replaced by utter confusion. But regardless of the affliction, one constant remained: his instincts pleaded with him to leave that place immediately. But in this fragile state of mind, he could not tell which way would lead him down to the land below, and which route would send him upward to whoever or whatever sat upon the summit. The sensory intoxication he experienced was unlike any other. The world unraveled, a smell of sickness tinged the air. Whether it was his own vomit or the illness playing tricks, he did not know. But within that stench there was something else, a smell of dampness mixed with the unsettling scent of burnt hair. It became so strong that it began to sting Jack's eyes, which only furthered his disorientation. Though his eyes were clouded by tears and the world seemed to be wrong, he now sensed that he could only describe as a presence. The musty smell increased in potency, and as it did, Jack let out a cough. The response to the noise was distinct, and though he believed that it was impossible to know the mind of someone, something approached, and it did so with malice and hatred as its companions. Terror now turned into a fleeting purpose as he quietly wandered past shadowed trees and amongst the grass, hoping to find his way out. Staggering as he fumbled his way through the darkness, the pain in his side grew, and thoughts of dying out there on the hill, never to be found by his loved ones, became apparent. For a moment he thought that he could collapse once more, But while the sickness intensified, it was now accompanied by the sound of dead grass and wilted flora being thrust aside as something trudged through the undergrowth nearby. Jack's vision was now so poor that he could not tell which way was forward and which was back, and in a fleeting moment of clarity, he felt repulsed by the idea of ending up back at the church or the stones or graves, unsure of what they had been. He was utterly lost, and something which called that hideous hillside home now approached. Be still. But silence nor darkness could shield him. No realm of oblivion could provide obscurity for a wickedness as old as the earth, now stalking the man who once laughed in the face of superstition and myth. The air grew denser, and what little sight of the silver moon above provided diminished, as though it were being sucked deep into the ground with no escape. Then nothing. The noise of branches and grass being broken and pushed aside ceased, and in its place, a void of sound almost unbearable at the end of his nerves. Jack could feel any remaining vestige of hope or escape abandon him. It was close. Its breath could be felt upon the air, foul, rancid, as of something which long ago lived and yet had not relinquished the desire to cause hurt and pain. Then movement. Dead leaves cracked under its weight. The long grass, which had seemed so impenetrable, so dominant, now torn and broke with each shuffling stride. The only thought in Jack's mind now was to hide. Slowly his breath stuttered, and quietly gasping, he sank into the long grass, and there he lay, silent, terrified. The presence was closer still, and in the darkness he thought that at times he could see the vague shape of a figure wandering just out of reach. It circled slowly, coming closer, then retreating, as if searching the ground meticulously. Then, finally, the sound of its cumbersome footsteps grew distant, and then ceased. Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Then a hand touched his face. Survival now took him with a yell of utter terror. He rolled to the side. Searing pain ran through his body as his own weight and motion thrust an uneven piece of ground deep into his wound. A low groan escaped from whatever monstrosity stood before him, and then, without knowing which way to proceed, Jack became motivated by a new impetus, jumping to his feet and bolting in a random direction, hoping beyond hope that it would lead him out of that madness, that nightmare. Trees and grass flew by in the pitch black of night, the thick mist of sickness and burnt hair encircling everything, eliciting convulsive retching as he ran. At last he knew where he was. He had his bearings, and it was one which he hoped he would never possess again. The church loomed tall and twisted before him. Something hurled through the trees behind him, and in a moment it would be upon him. At least he knew which direction to go, running as he did to the side towards the path which he had ascended earlier in the day, a worn track which would lead him to safety. But the land appeared unfamiliar and unnatural. The very shape and construction of his environment seemed to have bent to an unknown and malevolent mind. He had to continue on, to get away from what pursued him. The path must have been in that dire direction. Then, finally, he broke through a line of bushes and trees into a clearing. His heart sank to the depths he did not know. There stood the church once more, but it appeared to be different somehow. By night, the building seemed to possess a more sinister and bizarrely altered form from its daytime persona. For a moment, Jack imagined its steeple to be not of rock, stone, or concrete, but of vine and earth and wood, spiraling towards a heaven which had long since spat upon the world. The rustle of torn leaves approached once more as he stumbled and gasped for air. The pain from his wound was now almost unbearable, each step forward accompanied by an internal, blinding, tearing sensation. Forced to flee across the face of the church by his stalker, Jack moved as best as he could, staggering and limping, weak and exhausted, entering a thick network of brambles and thorns. His clothes caught as the barbed appendages of the plant scratched at his face and arms. It was no use. He could not outrun what was coming. Looking over his shoulder, Jack was clearly ripping through the branches only a few feet behind him. Fear coursed through Jack's veins as his stalker now bore down on him, letting out a cry of pain and anguish. The thing amongst the branches seemed to stop for a moment, observing him struggle, his hands cut and grazed by thorns. Jack, panicked, grabbed at the thicket in front, trying to escape, and then to chill his bones once more. The figure behind stared, letting out a hearing groan somewhere between a laugh and a sigh of satisfaction. It began moving at great speed, breaking through the entangled cage of thorns and branches with ease, closing in quickly with a scream of pain and disbelief. Jack finally broke free of the thorns, but despair haunted him. There the church stood once more, almost mocking, twisted and warped in ways that no human architect could conceive of. Staggering with little fight left, he moved past the church once more as his assailant broke through the tree line, rushing towards him. Jack increased his pace as best as he could, but by now he could muster little speed. The heavens now opened and swaths of liquid poured over the church, flowing to the ground beneath, which quickly became sodden and waterlogged. Jack's strength diminished as he fell to his knees, admitting defeat as a haunted animal relents at the end. Then salvation from far away shone a light, one which beamed and broke through the almost impenetrable surrounding thickets. Something to hold on to, a hope, an anchor to follow, a light from outside that terrible hill. As the sound of his pursuer neared, scrambling across the grass in the darkness, one last surge of energy awoke Jack from his terrible fate. The sight of the light and life granted what little vestige of hope remained. He screamed in agony as he lifted himself to his feet, the rain now lashing down upon him, drenched to the bone, pouring into the hole in his side. But it did not matter. All that mattered was that light and the safety which it promised, limping as quickly as he could in its direction. He thrust himself into the vines and branches of entangled woodland, fear overriding any pain brought about as thorns scratched and cut his skin. Yet it was making progress, and the light began to loom larger and larger, vibrant and sustaining. It was clear now that he was heading downhill, and as the momentum of his trajectory caused him to stumble and fall after fall, it also increased his speed markedly. Flashes of memories, not his own, once again invaded his mind. Thoughts of anger and hatred filled his vision. Images of the church never empty, yet absent of the living. As the preacher raised his hands, so bowed the congregation's heads. Confusion was beginning to seep into him again, and the smell of burnt air once more filled the world. Through the storm, his stalker could be heard increasing pace, yet it seemed more agitated than it had before, angered perhaps, even frustrated. Jack felt sick with panic, the blood now pouring from his wound in his side unimpeded. Just as the light seemed closest, the promise of redemption, safety, and escape loomed near. He flew down a steep incline of grass, slipping in the wet mud, and tumbled at speed to the ground. Pain, exhaustion, and hopelessness ruled supreme as his body, already battered and bruised, came to rest on top of a large, fallen tree trunk. The clambering footsteps drew near, and as they did so, Jack thought to himself that he and that which he had lain upon had both been victims of a cruel and hidden evil which called that hillside home. "Come on, son, get up, a voice yelled in the darkness, almost drowned out by the now fervent breaking of the ground and grass behind. The world seemed warped, but as consciousness now prepared to wither once more from his mind, clarity returned, and Jack realized where he was. His body was slumped, not against the fallen tree, but against the wooden gate which marked the boundary of that terrible place. Something was close, that thing which had been hounding him in the dark, only a few feet away. "Move, it is nearly upon you," cried a now familiar voice of Roy with one last movement, with the final piece of life left in him. Jack opened the gate, falling face down into a puddle by the roadside. I sat transfixed, the words flowing from Jack in stuttering fashion, yet with a conviction and reality which I found difficult to ignore, regardless of my skepticism. The man believed every fiber of his being that what he had told me was the truth. Roy had apparently gone after him against the wishes of the other townsfolk. He had long ago lost the son and did not wish for anyone else to succumb to the apparent malevolence of the hillside. The barkeep, being an old friend of the farmers, eventually gave in, and both men traveled to the foot of the hill in the hopes that Jack would find the light in the darkness, follow it, and be the first to escape from there in living memory. No matter how much they wished to help, though, they would not dare touch that gate nor cross the hill's threshold. Jack had to do that on his own, and he had to do so as his pursuer leaned over him. I remember letting out a sigh of relief as he finished the last of the wine in front of the fire. There was a moment of silence between us, and I realized that the entire bar was bathed in an anxious reticence, one which was almost tangible, as if those present wanted to speak but dared not. Finally, I spoke, attempting to be as reassuring as possible. "That is an amazing story, Jack, but it is just a story. I am sure there is a rational explanation for it all." He bowed his head gravely, staring at the floor. "If it is a story, then why can I not leave?" he said, looking up at me with an expression half caught in fear, half trapped in desperation. "What do you mean? You cannot leave?" "I have been here for 3 months," he shouted. "I sometimes wish Roy had left me there." "Jack," I said, leaning over and resting my hand on his shoulder reassuringly, "you can leave whenever you want." But I could see from his expression that he did not believe me. He had been consumed by whatever myths and superstitions the locals had fed him. I concluded that his psyche had been poisoned. Of course, I felt that the barkeep and others meant well, but I was sure that a conventional explanation would hopefully cure him of his afflicted mind. "I am going to Charleston tomorrow," I said cheerfully. "Why not join me? The bus will be here in the afternoon and we can travel back together. But of course I am forgetting you have your car with you. Please do not think I was fishing for a lift." I laughed, but Jack stared at me grimly, then said, "My car is sitting out back wrecked." "Really? I hope it is not too bad. What happened?" "It took me several days to recover after my experience on the hill," he said mournfully before continuing. "But when I felt up to it, I packed my bags, thanked Roy and the barkeep, then drove out of the town. A couple of miles into my journey, the rain came down in sheets. Visibility was terrible, but I just wanted to leave. I lost control of the car and went straight into a tree. I survived, too, but the car was a write-off. Well, accidents happen as long as you are okay. How about another drink?" I said as I was standing up. As I did so, Jack grabbed my arm forcefully. It was no accident. There was something else on that road. I saw him standing there. A man, I think. At least it appeared like a man. I swerved to avoid him, and a good thing, too. The last thing you would want around here would be to accidentally kill a local. My jokes once more did not appease his frustrations. I sat back down as he conveyed to me his predicament. After the incident with the car, which was towed back to the inn by Roy, Jack tried everything he could to leave. Each time he attempted to use the local bus, there would be a problem. It would break down, or there would be a landslide stopping it from entering the town. He even claimed that was why I had been stranded overnight, because he had intended to take the bus again that day. The man was adamant. For 3 months, he had been a guest at the Hawk's Nest, and yet no matter how he tried, he could not leave the outskirts of the town. Several times, he had tried to hike down to the nearest city, but on each occasion he was beaten back by bitter and perilous weather which appeared without warning. He had even tried to phone for help, but his mobile phone seemed to have no signal, while using a landline resulted in continuous static. The same applied for anyone who tried to make a call on his behalf. While I could not explain everything that had happened, I was certain that a series of rational and conventional events could account for each. It seemed madness that someone so obviously intelligent and articulate be made to believe such nonsense. I genuinely felt sympathy for the man. "You are a victim of a self-fulfilling prophecy," I said confidently. "What do you mean?" Jack replied. "I have worked in many towns like this. You come to an old part of the country with a haunting landscape. It seems like another world compared to the modern life of New York. Then you are provided with a paranoia-fueled myth that the locals believe about a cursed part of the land. Taking all that in, you have some terrible luck, hitting a tree with your car, and before you know it, you believe the whole thing. Perhaps you even imagine the figure on the road, maybe even the whole encounter." "What about the hill?" he asked, obviously intrigued by any possibility that escape could be achieved. "Probably a placebo effect from all the stories you have heard. That, or who knows. Maybe you had food poisoning, or a virus of some kind, and hallucinated the entire thing. Maybe there is even some nut up there living in that church." It was obvious that he remained unconvinced, but I felt that it was my duty to take this poor soul out of that town back to Charleston, where he could hopefully make arrangements to get home. I have seen the damage that unfounded beliefs could cause amongst people and communities before, and I was genuinely appalled by it. I just wanted to help. "Tomorrow we will get the bus together, and I will buy you a beer in Charleston." He never said much in return, other than nodding his head reluctantly in agreement. The next day, I rose early with a singular purpose. While I had to get home and work on my assignment, the bus was not due until the early evening, which gave me just enough time to persuade Jack to come with me, in the most dramatic of fashions, to go to the hill myself. I knew that if I returned without any of those strange experiences, that perhaps he would forget about the superstitious nonsense which the townsfolk had afflicted him with and leave on the bus with me. I must also confess that I was utterly intrigued by the idea of the place. And while I had absolutely no doubt that Jack's experiences were mistaken, I actually felt that there might be an article or even a story in the whole ordeal. As a writer, such opportunities rarely present themselves. Each I left, I spoke with him and made my intentions clear. He pleaded with me not to go, that his fate need not be mine. But after much protestation, he accepted that I would not be dissuaded, and reluctantly agreed that should I return without paranormal, supernatural, or otherworldly incidents, that he would leave for Charleston with me, after providing me with directions, ones which I was sure would not be forthcoming from the townsfolk. I made my way to the supposedly tainted hillside. I must admit that when I saw it at first, it did appear odd to me, misplaced somehow. But again I counted this to the subconscious effect of Jack's tale. The environment appeared to be just as he had described, at least that much was accurate. The road was blocked with rubble and rubbish, and I too found the wooden gate lying at the foot of the hillside. There was even a stain of blood upon it, certainly making the conclusion of his story more believable. The thought of some maniac up there did give me pause, but even if someone had chased Jack through the undergrowth, they had probably moved on, being confronted by Roy and the barkeep. In any case, a badly wounded Jack had been able to escape, so I felt confident I would be fine. I did not feel anything out of the ordinary as I crossed the threshold, and while the tangled weave of trees and dead grass did provoke feelings of decay, I was surprised by just how innocuous and commonplace the environment felt. After climbing the steep path, which clearly had been used numerous times in recent years, I reached the spot which was reminiscent of Jack's descriptions, and there it was obscured from the world by a wall of leaves, rotting wood, and grass. The church. I was significantly surprised, as I thought such a building would surely have been part of Jack's hallucinations, and I conceded that I began to feel slightly unnerved by its existence and hesitated for a moment before proceeding. I am embarrassed to say that had the area not been illuminated by the morning light, I may have considered retreating, but I did not. The church was fascinating, and I, at the very least, wished to see if Jack was, as he had said, with an altar undisturbed inside it. It was not difficult to gaze inward, though I shuddered slightly, remembering the description of the door being partially blocked by debris. Yet it lay wide open, unimpeded, and this discrepancy did give me pause. When once more, yet there I stood at the threshold, peering inside. It was exactly as he had described the floor strewn with rubble from a failing roof. The altar raised up ahead, an inscription which by now I had no doubt did indeed read as Jack had stated, and the doorway leading downstairs to an unknown destination. You must understand that at no point did I genuinely think that something supernatural resided there. The very idea seemed laughable, but I did begin to question my safety. Thoughts of a hermit or mentally deranged recluse living under a remote church did not fill me with confidence. "Hello, is anyone there?" I shouted, my voice echoing upwards towards the rafters above. With no reply, I castigated myself for being so paranoid and stepped inside. Carefully, I negotiated the rubble, noticing droplets of blood on a broken piece of wood, which I assumed were Jack's. Thoughts of blood poisoning now entered my mind. Perhaps the wound in his side caused the hallucinations, at least the ones that occurred afterwards. That could have explained his disorientation. The altar stood as he had stated. Realizing that I may need to prove that I had been there to reassure the man, I took out my phone and started taking pictures of the church interior. With each flash, the hall lit up, and as it did so, my mind crept back to Jack's descriptions of the zealous preacher and fearful congregation huddled under the protection of the church. But protected from what? Turning to the darkened doorway, which led underneath the building, I felt my heart begin to race at the prospect of descending the stone staircase. But I was compelled to, although not for entirely altruistic intentions. Yes, I did want to show Jack that there was nothing down there, and that the beliefs which seemed to hold him paralyzed within the boundaries of the town were unsubstantiated. But I also wanted to know what lay beneath myself. Why did this church have a subterranean level? Was there a crypt? My curiosity piqued, and my mouth watered at the possibility of a published article describing my discovery of an unknown archaeological find, with perhaps an important and valuable relic or two within. As I approached the door, I could feel the cold air breathing from below. Using the light from my phone, I calmed my nerves, which had begun to grow on me, and looked cautiously inside. A steep and narrow flight of stairs dipped down into the ground beneath. The walls were darkened gray, and seemed to have been carved or formed with far less care than the rest of the church. I shouted there once more, but again no reply, and I therefore assumed the place to be abandoned. As I descended, I was surprised by just how long the staircase actually was, and by the time I reached its conclusion, I estimated that I was at least 50 feet beneath the old church. It appeared to be peculiar to me that a level would be so far beneath the ground, and I questioned to myself the purpose of it, why the architects, builders, or followers of the church dug so deep. At the last step, I composed myself and turned to face a darkened doorway at the conclusion of the staircase. The blue light from my phone illuminated everything around me. What I saw deeply disturbed me. A large room, the floor littered with rags, stone, and human bones. I could not tell how many bodies had been left there to rot, for there were too many. The chill in the air was pronounced, and I felt frozen to the core, not just by the cold of the stone which surrounded me, but by the sorrowful feeling I felt inside. It was almost as if I could imagine people huddled down there, spending their last moments hidden from the sun. The very impression I had was that they had died there, yet I did not know why I was so convinced of this. Taking a few pictures, I then entered what I can only describe as a mass grave. I was careful not to disturb the bones, but I am ashamed to say that I felt the crunch of a few underfoot. To the right lay a doorway leading into another chamber, and while I did not wish to disturb the tomb any more than I already had, I felt compelled to know the entire story. That is, what else was down there. Above the doorway sat a stone cherub carved with a degree of artistic flair, putting it at odds with the room full of bones. But the childlike face wore a strange grin upon it, not of joy or playfulness, but of taunting and sadistic indulgence. The very sight of it left me with a feeling of revulsion, and so I quickly entered the other chamber to be removed from its gaze. Inside was a large room, much grander than the one before. I could tell immediately that something of importance to those who had built the church had once been housed there. The walls were adorned with beautifully carved symbols, some Christian, but many of a nature I could not identify. In the center of the room lay a block of solid stone, 3 feet across, a large hole to its side. On the rock was the following inscription: "Here lies the Father, loved by some, hated by many." As I pondered the epitaph, I peered into the hole. The grave was vacant, but I was glad that I had seen it before, walking around the room, as it was deep and wide enough to have given me a nasty fall. Being stranded down there with a broken leg was not something that I wished to consider. The dirt inside the grave was stained black by what looked like a deposit of charcoal throughout, and the fringe of the hole was surrounded by a circular pile of dirt. I assumed that grave robbers, or perhaps those who had hated the man, had removed his body long ago. The air of the place was beginning to affect me intensely. Each breath inward was jagged and cold, and the discomfort was such that I decided I had seen enough while taking a few pictures to document the tomb before leaving. The flash from my phone brought something on the floor into sharp focus. Covered in earth and dirt lay a book, which poked out slightly from the ground. Gently blowing the dust from it, I carefully lifted it up, resting the book on top of the makeshift gravestone. The binding was ancient, peeling slightly as I ran my hand over it. The dark red cover, which I could not identify the material out of which it had been made, spoke of time gone by and stories lost, yet important. Deep down, I knew that such an item should be removed carefully and studied by scholars. But as a writer, my passion for a story compelled me to see what it contained opening it. I was amazed. This was a chronicle, a handwritten account of the history of the church, its congregation, and the hillside, a snapshot of a people long since forgotten. It was written in a linguistically confused tone, as the wording seemed to be a mix of Old English colonial dialect and phrases in a language unfamiliar to me, one which I assumed to be native in origin. However, the passages in Old English I could read to a degree. What follows is a loose recollection of what had been inscribed there. In the 18th century, a group of refugees came to that area in search of a place that they could call home. The valleys, or hollers, as they were known in Appalachia, were uninhabited at the time, as too was a strange hill which dominated the landscape. The people were from a place called Dunmore, and they had escaped from the lord there who had ruled their region at the time, fleeing his persecution, as he was a brutal and merciless ruler who punished all who did not follow his beliefs. In all, they numbered only in the hundreds, and while their elders wished to settle in the hollers, a prominent preacher amongst them claimed that to bless the lands and to ensure that no ills would befall their community, the hill must be settled first, a beacon of holiness, casting a shadow of protection on all below. While some were suspicious of the man's fascination with that place, he was known for his kindness, and as one whose judgment could be trusted. Disheartened, the elders began to follow his example, as it was typical of the time for people to be God-fearing. There, on that isolated and baleful hill, they built a small settlement, but almost immediately a few of the settlers began to fall ill, a sickness which could not be explained and which often resulted in a feverish madness. The preacher blamed a number of standing stones which were placed throughout the hillside, remnants of, to him at least, an old and heretical religion. It was decided under his supervision that the people should build a church with the presence of the consecrated ground. It was thought that the effects of what resided on the hill previously would be eradicated. They were wrong. Despite their efforts, the sickness only grew worse, and many began to suspect that the preacher himself was in league with the abhorrent forces at play. Some of the elders rose up against him, but under his orders, members of the church congregation executed those who rebelled. Fearing for their lives, many of the settlers who were outraged by the preacher and his followers fled in the night, escorting the remaining elders to the lands below. Most made it off the hill, but some returned wailing and frightened, believing themselves to have been stalked by uncertain and unwholesome figures in the woods. Unable to escape to save their lives, they pledged undying fellowship to the preacher and his church, claiming to be receiving visions from the Almighty himself. The holy man assured the townsfolk that if they carried out his explicit instructions, that they would all be saved. Each night they gathered in the church as the preacher spewed forth his visions and damning, seething hatred for those who had left. It became clear to some that he had gone mad, but by then the man had formed a strict and brutally loyal cabal of followers who hung on every word and prophecy, making any rebellion sure to be violent, bloody, and uncertain. Many spoke of dreams without form, blinded by darkness, and several families were found in their homes, suffocated in the night. The preacher blamed those who had escaped and told stories of how they were the source of the darkness which had persecuted his people, cursing them to a desperate end. Bitterness and anger swept through the community, and several townsfolk were selected to descend the hill and bring back the elders, who were to be judged and sacrificed if need be. But no one could leave, no matter how hard they tried. The church loomed large. No matter which way they walked, down or up, they would appear where they had begun, confused and disoriented. The sickness spread, and the town watchmen, one by one, were found choked and mutilated in the streets, with witnesses claiming to have seen strange entities prowling around at night. In the panic, those left had no option but to cling to their religion for salvation, in the hope that the church would protect them. They huddled together underneath its roof, in abject terror for what approached from the shadows outside. Here the writing changed markedly, becoming jagged, fervent, and more pronounced. The preacher had taken over from the town chronicler, who he had deemed to be unsatisfactory. Several pages followed, pockets of English entangled with what looked like Latin, and a number of unusual and indecipherable languages. Each page was filled with pain and scorn for those who had left, and then the words just stopped. Standing there in that stark and foreboding place, I ran my fingers across the spine of the book, and could see clearly that the last page had been worn out. What it could have contained, I did not know. I felt overwhelmed by the account which I had just read, as a real and palpable fear surged throughout my body. The thought occurred to me that the accounts of the sickness which had plagued the exiles of Dunmore seemed remarkably similar to Jack's experiences. I could not avoid the coincidence, and I began to suspect that something had, in fact, affected him after all. Something tangible, perhaps a contaminant in the ground. A poison, maybe. I had read about the pockets of methane gas escaping through the earth and at sea which had killed many, but it was not out of the question that something similar, perhaps in a smaller dose, could in fact cause mass hallucinations, sickness, and even madness. It was the most viable explanation I can come up with. Yet, why had I not been affected? Perhaps, as the Chronicle had stated, some people were more immune to the contaminant than others. My attention now turned once more to the grave, or at least what was left of it. I wondered what the people did with the body of that loved but hated preacher, assuming that was who the father referred to. Did they rebury it in another location? Perhaps his followers were worried that his grave would be vandalized. The answer became clear to me almost immediately. They had burned him in a grave under the very church he had built. The hole where his body once lay now is marked eternally by the black stains of smoke and embers. I shuddered at the thought that he might have been thrown down there. and set alight while still alive. The air now grew noticeably colder, but this was not what marked the beginning of my ordeal. I leaned over, looking closely at what I saw on the rim of the grave. I could not bring myself to believe it. There, on the brim of the hole, was a callous signature left by the church's former attendant. In the darkness, I must have missed it, but now it was unmistakable. There, on the edge of the grave, was a handprint, blackened and burnt, as if someone clawed their way out of their eternal and forsaken pit. My breath sped slowly out of my mouth, congealing in the icy surrounds, while my heart raced at the mere possibility of what had risen from that hole in the ground. As the air grew colder still, I stood up and made my way to the foot of the stairs. I had to get out of there, into the sunlight, into the open. It was then that I heard it. At first it was merely the impression of a sound, then more definite, rising in intensity and clarity. Something stirred above people, many of them, groaning and lamenting, crying for their lives in unison, chanting in the darkness, both Christian and out of something older, a fatigued religion that had best been left in the ground. As the wails of misery ascended, a single voice rose up out of the cacophony, deafening and terrible. It spoke of the end of days, of betrayal, and of unimpeded sin. The voice yelled and screamed, renouncing all who did not listen, a vengeful sermon from that stone altar above. I cannot put the fear I felt into words alone in the cold darkness of that defiled crypt, with no way out other than up and into that church hall where something hideous now relived, forgotten, and terrible times. The screams grew louder as the banging and scuffling of feet rushed towards the staircase towards where I stood. Such pain in those voices. I ran in terror as they flew down the ancient staircase towards me. Without thinking, I jumped down into the empty grave, switching the light from my phone off, and found myself cowering, shaken to my very core by the agonizing voices which cried out against the world and one another in the next room. Hate and utter despair at evil, both outside and in. The roar of agony increased. Men, women, children, weeping and cursing a God that they believed had forsaken them. Accusations, persecution, and a tearing of flesh. Then silence. I clung to the bottom of that charred grave, with my fingernails etched into the soil. Any skepticism I had for unseen and unhidden forces had receded, shaking violently in the cold bleakness. I waited for several minutes before switching the light of my phone back on. Peering over the brim of the grave, I pulled myself silently onto the floor. The rooms were empty, all but for the broken bones and skulls of countless lives ruined by whatever evil lay in that hillside. I finally plucked up the courage, and with nerves shredded and beliefs shattered, I climbed the stairs slowly, scared rigid at the thought of what might be waiting for me at the top. But it was my only way out, and I would be damned if I was going to end my days the way those poor people had, cowering deep below. The hall was empty. As quietly as possible, I crossed the room, negotiating debris and rubble quickly but quietly, cutting through an oppressive silence. Finally, exiting through the doorway and to the open air. Once out of the church, I fell to my knees, quivering with anxiety as I tried to process the entire experience. My mind then flew back to what had been in the grave, and, more importantly, where it was now. Then I knew. Running as fast as I could through the bushes and thickets, I reached the path quickly, unimpeded by whatever evil had blocked the settlers' escape. But I did not stop, half filled with terror at what might have been in pursuit, and half pleading for my instincts to be wrong. The air burned in my lungs as I rushed down the path. Within minutes, the wooden gate was in sight, and I was off that wretched hill, a place I would never tread again. Not for money, not for a story, not for anything. I would have breathed a sigh of relief at this thought, but that was not in my mind. I had to get back to the inn as quickly as possible. Continuing to run as fast as I could, I fought exhaustion and the limits of my own body, and after a time across a field in a hedgerow, finally the hawk's nest came into view, staggering towards the old building. It was then that I heard its screams of agony and terror, and for mercy I knew instantly where and by whom a newfound jolt of stamina found me as I broke into a sprint once more, bursting through the doors into the bar. There the room lay in silence, townsfolk staring at the drinks while the barkeep himself stood motionless, his eyes pointed to the ground. The screams continued from the rooms above. I begged and pleaded for someone to help me, but none would listen. Realizing I was alone to confront it, I broke for the stairs, but the barkeep forcibly intervened, dragging me back, his arms wrapped tightly around my shoulders. "Leave him, son. You cannot help him," he yelled, as two of the men attempted to restrain me. I thrust my elbow into the stomach of the barkeep behind, and then barged past the two men, knocking one to the floor, tearing up the stairs. I followed the awful cry straight to Jack's room. The door was locked. Thrusting my shoulder against the door again and again, it cracked and splintered against my efforts. With each strike, I heard the garbled gasp of something unearthly inside in response. Finally, the door gave way, and I went. For a moment, I glimpsed something which looked like a man, at least something which once was alive, blackened and burned. It turned its head as if to stare at me. I cannot say whether it truly saw me, as it had no eyes to speak of. In its grip was the crumpled and lifeless body of Jack. Then it turned, wriggling through an open window, carting the poor man's body behind. They were both gone. The room then took on a volatile and fluid appearance. I do not know if it was the exertion of my efforts, or just being in the proximity of that grotesque miscreation, but a sickness came over me, seeping through my stomach, and as I lost consciousness, I cried out in helplessness. That was several days ago. It seemed I banged my head against the floor when I collapsed, and somehow injured my leg in the process. The town doctor who examined me prescribed some antibiotics for what he believed to be a stomach infection, and a sedative which helped me ease my anxiety. With little else to occupy me, I have committed everything I can remember about this entire horrid ordeal to paper. After all, a writer writes, "Yesterday, I visited Jack's room for the first time since he was taken. It was silent, and I felt empty in a way I have never truly known before. An absence of life is the best I can describe it. The place lay ransacked, his belongings still strewn across the floor. I assumed that no one had been in there, that the barkeep was probably too frightened. But I do not blame him. As I turned to leave the now vacant room, I noticed one item which looked out of place. It did not belong. On Jack's bed lay a withered and stained piece of paper. I knew where it had come from without even needing to read it, the last page of the Chronicle. The account of those who had settled on the hill, a maze of repeated phrases in arcane and forgotten languages, spread out across the crumpled and fragile paper. But one, in English, stood out. It simply said, "No one leaves." I do not know what to make of anything anymore. I feel exhausted, yet my mind still picks over the last few days, piece by piece. I am racked with guilt. Somehow, I feel that my very presence on that hill brought whatever that was back down here to take Jack. Otherwise, why did it take so long? My last thought on the matter is perhaps I have just been lucky that I visited the hill when that thing was not on it. Probably saved my life in any case. Regardless of how the townsfolk wish to explain this, I will be reporting Jack's disappearance when I arrive in Charleston and asking the police to take a look at the number of residents who have gone missing in the area over the years. I think they will be surprised by the number. Home seems a million miles away, but I know that I will be there shortly, to my own bed, another world far away from the events of the past few days. Perhaps there I will be able to put this madness into context. I have never been so homesick. Hopefully, I will be there in a matter of hours, although the bus running out of the town is running a little late.